Day of public hearings. It is Thursday, March 4th. Before I get going, I'll do the announcements that need to be done, reminding members to mute and turn off electronic devices if you're using them. Or if you're intending to use a keyboard, speak clearly. Soft voices are hard to be heard, and these microphones pick up sound pretty well. We hope. Let us know. For those of you attending by Zoom, if you can't hear us, we will be muted during a lunch break. I'm not exactly sure when that will occur based on the hearings this morning. There is a sign-in sheet which stopped this morning at 8 o'clock for today's hearings. You are capable of speaking after that. If you have logged on, raise your hand when we get to that point in the meeting. And the sign-in sheet will be open for the rest of the day until 11:59. So after you speak, you can sign up. In regards to this meeting itself, as chair of the House Election Law Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing on bills referred to committee and scheduled in the House calendar for today. While an executive session may be held during the day, I do not expect that to occur today. There is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I'm confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91A. And anyone who has a problem with accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@leg.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. All votes being taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. And before we take the roll call attendance, we will do a pledge. But Pam, if you're on, I understand that there has been an executive order so that motions to adjourn do not need to be by roll call. So I just wanted to put that out there because that's my plan for today. All right, before we get going, if you can rise and join me in the pledge of allegiance.
With allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, everybody. And I will take the roll at this time. Representative McDonald.
Here.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien. Here. Representative Sweeney.
Here.
Representative Hayward.
Here.
Representative Mooney.
Here.
Representative Terosian.
Here.
Representative Berry.
Here.
Representative Rowan.
Here.
Representative Quayle.
Here.
Representative Wells.
Here.
Representative Cody.
Here.
Representative Ward.
Here.
Representative Bergeron. Representative Sandler. I thought I saw her.
Here.
Thank you. Good morning. Representative Hamer.
Here.
Representative Lane.
I'm here by myself in my home office.
Good morning. Thank
Good
you.
morning.
For sticking to the rules. I'm letting that by yourself. I've never understood it anyways. Representative Fritas. I know I saw her. Representative Fritas. All right. Representative Hamlet.
You're muted.
Yeah, Representative Hamlet, you're muted.
So sorry, I didn't think I was. Yes, I am here in my home and
Thank
my
you.
son is in another room.
All right. And Representative Muirhead.
Present.
Thank you very much, everybody. All right, the first bill that we have on for this morning is HB 61. This is relative to absentee voting. And allowing for the partial processing of absentee ballots prior to Election Day. Representative Rung is the prime sponsor and has signed up to speak. Representative Rung, I apologize, I have not already elevated you to speak, but you should be with us now. And if you unmute, welcome to the election launch.
Great, thank you very much. Can everyone hear me?
Okay, welcome.
All right, good morning, everyone. I come before you to introduce House Bill 61. This bill allows New Hampshire voters to cast their vote by absentee ballot, even when there is no stated excuse. This bill also allows municipalities to partially pre-process absentee ballots before Election Day. First, I want to address the pre-processing of absentee ballots. Making this option permanent was a request made to me by Merrimack's town moderator. In fact, a couple of co-sponsors of this bill, both Republicans, are moderators or co-moderators for their towns, and they are in strong support as well. Allowing partial pre-processing of absentee ballots is a bipartisan, common sense option for those municipalities who want to better manage their workload of Election Day. It proved to be a lifesaver for Merrimack as it allowed us to efficiently manage a huge uptick in absentee ballots while maintaining the integrity of the process. We also learned from the November election that expanding absentee voting encourages more citizens to participate. In fact, 814,499 votes were cast in the November election, breaking the previous record for voter turnout. Growth in absentee balloting drove this growth as we saw 260,217 of those votes cast by absentee, or 32% of the total. In 2016, only 10% of voters cast their vote by absentee. How is this jump in voter participation explained? Yes, fear of COVID kept many people home and opting to take advantage of the executive order allowing absentee voting. However, I believe it was more than this. There are people who just avoid interacting with strangers, COVID or not, or a fear of procedure or building that they are unfamiliar with, or they may be intimidated walking through the gauntlet of candidates and campaigns standing outside the polls. All of us have campaigned, and I'm sure as we're out there holding our signs and greeting voters, some just cower. It's very intimidating to them, and some just decide not to go through that and stay home. These folks feel more confident voting by absentee in the familiar environment of their home, but until the COVID excuse, they just opted not to vote at all. So this bill is really about liberty. The state of being free within society from control or oppressive restrictions imposed by government. Why shouldn't a citizen be free to vote by absentee? Why do they need an excuse? Why should they have to meet one of the government's stated excuses in order to exercise their voting rights? Back in the day when I was working, juggling the schedule of 3 kids and a home, I often wondered why the guy next door got to vote at his convenience in his home because of business travel, but I did not. Why was I denied that right? Why do we deny that right to tens of thousands of Granite Staters? Now you may hear that absentee voting is dictated by the New Hampshire Constitution. Allow me to read to you Part 1, Article 11 of our Constitution. Quote, the general court shall provide by law for voting by qualified voters who at the time of the biennial or state elections or of the primary elections, therefore, or of the city elections or of town elections by official ballot are absent from the city or town of which they are inhabitants, or who by reason of physical disability are unable to vote in person in the choice of any officer or officers to be elected or upon any questions submitted at such election. Please note the first 7 words of that article. The general court shall provide by law. The general court shall provide by law. The general court is us, folks. We are the general court. We pass the laws that govern voting. Let's use our constitutional power to pass a law to allow all New Hampshire citizens the liberty to vote by absentee, not just for those with an excuse. Now, you will hear speculation that expanding the right to absentee voting will cause problems, increased risk of fraud, increased activity by special interest groups, etc. That risk already exists, whether we allow no excuse absentee voting or not. We have the power to address that now. Let's not allow that risk to paralyze us from moving forward. Already 2/3 of US states allow no excuse absentee voting. New Hampshire should not be left behind. After all, of all the states, we value liberty. Let's put it into action by recommending ought to pass on HB 61. And I would be very happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Questions from members in the room? Representative Bruno O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are you aware of the wording in RSA 657(1) that describes the eligibility for voting absentee right now, and that it includes an employment obligation, which also is defined, employment is defined as the care of children and infirm adults with or without compensation, and that you had no need to be jealous of your neighbor who, and you had the ability to vote absentee when you had 3 children in the home to juggle?
I couldn't really hear. I think I got the gist of your question. Yes, I'm aware of it, but when I was raising children, I didn't have that option. But many people don't, they just want that allowance. They don't know what election day is going to bring to them, or what's going to happen in their lives. Is there going to be a football practice to get to? And many people interpret that as, maybe caring for an infant where you have to provide their primary needs. But running kids around to practices or different classes, they may not think of it. And I think a lot of people, to be honest, don't read the RSAs. I think if they realize that they have the right to vote by absentee, they'll take advantage of it. They're not going to go and search and find out all those specific reasons.
Other questions from committee members? Follow up, Representative Bruno O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not aware of what the tradition is for, and the situation in every community is, but in my community, when I campaign or when I'm at the poll holding my sign, I've never had an interaction with the voter that causes them to cower in fear. Have you ever seen this in your own experience, a voter cowering in fear because of being
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
let's have a nice day. Thanks for coming out.
Well, thank you for the question. Oh, I absolutely see people avoid the candidates and the campaign signs. They walk on the other side of the sidewalk. But honestly, I know people that just don't vote. They don't want to walk through the gauntlet. We think we're doing a great job. We think, oh, we're meeting the voters, we're helping them. Most people don't like that. They don't want to be approached. They don't want to be talked to or greeted by people they don't know. They just want to go in, do their duty and get out. And those people that don't even want to subject themselves to that, they stay home. This bill would allow them. It's like, if you don't want to go through that, if you don't want to walk past strangers greeting you, if you'd rather just stay home, that's okay. You can still vote in the privacy of your own home.
Thank you, Representative Barry.
So I have some further questions about, can you hear me all right, Representative Rung?
Yeah, it's a little hard for people in the room, but please go ahead.
Let me just interrupt. I actually, Representative Rung, I thought were softer on the speaking this morning than what we've had in the past. Do any other members in the room think the volume is lower than it has been in the past or not? A little bit. I think the volume setting is a little different than it has been. So if everybody could speak up a little bit, that would be great. Representative
Thank
Barry.
you.
So,
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Representative Rung, you make some, to follow up with Representative O'Brien's questions, you make some statements about voters being intimidated and being approached in the polls, but that's electioneering. It's already illegal in the state of New Hampshire to harass voters or approach voters in the polls. The moderators have great discretion in setting up where people can campaign stand. And we have to balance it. I think you make a good point, but we have to balance this against people's First Amendment right to have political speech. It is in fact the most protected speech in their Constitution. So I'm just wondering is if this is the number one concern for you, shouldn't we be addressing electioneering laws and how we're setting up polling locations and not just going after absentee balloting? I've never heard, this is a new one for me. I've never heard this one as the reason for absentee balloting.
Well, thank you for the question. I use it as an example. I think if we get out there and we talk to people in our communities, you're going to find people, they just don't want to go through that. They don't want to walk past the signs and people saying good morning. We don't think it's harassment. When I greet a voter at the polls, I say, thank you for coming out. Thank you for coming to vote. I don't think it's harassment, but they do. A lot of people don't want strangers, and they consider me a stranger. They may not, they don't know me personally. They don't want me greeting them. And there are some people that just want to vote in their own home. And I don't know why we allow some people to do that and then we forbid other people to do that. I think all people should have the right to vote in the privacy of their home. If we're going to allow some people to do it, we should allow everyone to do it. To me, it's an issue of liberty. I should have the same rights of someone who happened to schedule business travel on election day.
Thank you. Is there any committee member attending electronically with a question for Representative Braun? Speak up.
Okay, thank you all very much for your attention and for your questions. I appreciate it. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Lane, did you have a question or not?
No,
No? All right. Okay.
No.
Anybody else with a question before we let Representative Dunn? Before you go, I didn't do my final. Do you have a question? All right, I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much, Representative.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, also signed up to speak on this bill is Cordell Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you and all the committee members. Cordell Johnston representing the New Hampshire Municipal Association. And we are in support specifically of sections 7 through 10 of this bill. We do not have a position on sections 1 through 6. 1 through 6 are the provisions for no excuse absentee voting. Our support is the sections that deal with pre-processing of absentee ballots. As those of you who have served as election officials know, the processing of absentee ballots is a fairly tedious process that ordinarily takes place on election day at the polls, and it takes the attention of the moderator and the clerk and the ballot clerks away from other things, other duties that they have. And at a state election, especially a presidential election, it can take several hours, depending on the size of the municipality, to process the absentee ballots. So either it happens during polling hours, which disrupts the other activities that are going on, or it has to be put off until the end of the day, and it makes an extremely long day that much longer. During the fall elections, the municipalities, polling places were allowed to pre-process absentee ballots on a day before the election, where election officials would open the outer envelope of the absentee ballot, read the name of the person who had submitted it, make sure everything was in order, and make a mark on the checklist so that when the final processing was done on election day, everything went much faster, much more smoothly. The pre-processing was done in public. It was publicly posted. People were allowed to be there and challenged just as they would on election day. And everyone who had anything to do with this process thought that it worked very well. And one of the benefits that hadn't really been anticipated was when election officials discovered that there was a ballot that had not been properly signed, the affidavit was not properly signed, they were able to contact the voter before election day and tell them there was a problem. And if the voter was in town, the voter could come in and fix the problem so their ballot would be counted. In my town, and I am the moderator in my town, we identified 6 absentee ballots that were not properly completed. And each of those 6 voters was able to come in and fix the problem. If we'd been doing the processing on election day, that would not have worked. So this House Bill 61, sections 7 through 10, make that ability to pre-process permanent, and we very strongly support that. And again, are neutral on sections 1 through 6. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Johnston. Is there anyone here who has a question for Mr. Johnston? Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Johnson, for taking my question. Prior to the 2020 election cycle, were you aware of any problems with doing the pre-processing of absentee ballots on election day? Were there any problems doing that?
Doing the processing on election day, yeah, I would say the main problem was how much time it took in larger towns and larger city wards. There were reports of election officials having to work on processing the absentee ballots way past the time that the polls closed, so that they ended up finally counting the ballots and reconciling the ballots at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. A large part of that problem was the need to process the absentee ballots. In September and November, that problem really went away.
Anyone else with a question here in the room? How about anybody attending electronically? Questions? Speak up. Mr. Johnston, I do have a question. There is currently an emergency order in place that allowed pre-processing for local elections, which are really beginning. The majority of them will be next week. Do you know how many communities have chosen to take advantage of the pre-processing for those elections?
No, I don't. I would guess that it's relatively small because, as you know, turnout at town elections is much lower than turnout at state elections. In my town, for example, I checked with the clerk last week and she said we had 12 absentee ballot applications, as opposed to in the fall, I think we had something like 700. So in our town, there's no need to do the pre-processing for town elections, at least not this year. It's really an issue at the state elections in the even numbered years.
Okay, great. Anything else for Mr. Johnston? Pardon me? Oh, I'm sorry. Speak up, Representative Freitas.
Thank you for hearing. I'm in Ward 7 in Manchester, and I found it invaluable to count it ahead to you had to do the absentee ballots in advance. We had hundreds.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Anybody else with a question for Mr. Johnstone? I'm not seeing any. Thank you for coming this morning. Also signed up to speak this morning is a co-sponsor of the bill, Representative Tellerski. I'm hoping I pronounced that right. Welcome to the Election Law Committee.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. You pronounced it perfectly. My name is Laura Tellerski, and I represent Hillsborough 35, which is Nashua's Ward 8. I'm testifying today in support of HB 61 as a co-sponsor, and in particular to advocate for the partial pre-processing of absentee ballots. Since 2016, I have worked as a poll worker for a number of elections in Nashua, in addition to serving a 2-year term as a ward selectman from 2017 to 19. I can tell you from experience that the people who work our elections do it because they believe in the democratic process and want to give back to our community. But if you've never worked a full election day, I'm not sure you can understand the physical stamina and energy that is required. In Nashua, we welcome voters from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. That means our poll workers arrive at 5 and spend hours on their feet or in metal folding chairs, manning the checklist and assisting voters, in addition to processing absentee ballots. After the doors close, the work is just beginning as ballots are counted and paperwork completed, where you need to be sharp, accurate, and attentive to details, often not finishing until well after midnight. The majority of our poll workers are senior citizens, and recruiting workers has become more and more difficult as the work is physically and mentally exhausting. Taking just this one task, the partial pre-processing of absentee ballots, and allowing election officials to do some of that work in advance takes a small burden off these workers who already are responsible for so much on the day of the election. Anything that allows a person to be more rested and complete the task at hand accurately is a good thing for our election process. We saw that it worked in the 2020 elections, and I encourage you to keep it. I'll conclude there, and I just thank you for considering my remarks today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any members in the room of the committee that have a question for the representative? Anybody online with a question? Speak up. I have a question, and perhaps I should have asked it of Representative Rung, but it slipped my mind. Do you know whether the changes to this bill are exactly the same as those that were made last session to allow for pre-processing in November?
Thank you for the question. I do know that I had a conversation with Representative Rung when we were discussing me getting onto this bill, and I believe, yes, it is the same process as was put forward last year.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much for your participation this morning. I also have as signed up to speak Mr. Barnes, but I am not seeing him in attendance. If Mr. Barnes is online, could he please raise his hand? And I will be happy to have him join our meeting. And I'm not seeing him. So at this time, I note that Deputy Secretary Scanlon has his hand raised to speak to this bill. Good morning, Deputy Scanlon. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Deputy Secretary of State, and have a kind of a split position on this particular piece of legislation. I will start off with the no excuse absentee ballot portion of this and state our opposition to that, as we have done in the past for such bills. The first issue is the constitutional hurdle. And, I know Representative Rung mentioned that earlier, and she is right that that the sentence in Article 11, Part 1 of the Constitution that applies to this does say that the general court shall provide by law for voting by qualified voters who at the time of the biennial or state election or of the primary elections therefore, or of city elections or town elections by official ballot are absent. That's a very specific term. And then it goes on to say, or who by a physical disability are unable to vote in person. So there are two specific reasons in the Constitution for which a person can vote absentee. If you look at the history of how that the absentee and the disability provisions entered into the Constitution at the earlier part of the last in the 1900s, you will see that those were very intentional additions to the Constitution by the state legislature. So, we believe that provision in the Constitution precludes just a blanket, no excuse absentee balloting process. In addition to that, though, opening up the absentee voting to anybody for any reason does create some issues and could potentially place some burdens and pressures on voters that do not currently exist. And we saw some of this in the last election, where concern over COVID was considered a disability, and so it broadly opened up the issue of absentee voting. We did see organizations, political parties, and candidates use that to broadly target voters to encourage them to vote that way, and further raises concerns of management of absentee ballots by organizations, parties, or campaigns. You may have heard the term ballot harvesting, which has been an issue in other states. That is a real concern, and any effort to allow no excuse absentee voting also has to address those issues, whether they are real or perceived. They are a major concern. Moving on to the pre-processing of absentee ballots, that provision, as it was applied in the state elections in 2020, was very well received by local election officials. It did have significant benefits in allowing the workload to be spread out. Additionally, as was mentioned earlier, it gave election officials the opportunity to contact voters where there were deficiencies in the absentee ballot, mostly the affidavits, where the voters could be contacted, address those concerns, and make sure that their ballots were counted on the day of the election. That was a tremendous benefit. So we are favorable to that provision as it was applied in the 2020 elections. However, I will say that in this bill, in section 10, on line 20, starting on line 20 on page 7, it says the moderator or his or her designee may begin the processing of absentee ballots prior to the opening of the polls, provided that the clerk shall post in an appropriate place and prior to election day, notice and time and place of processing. That is something that is new. The way I read that language, it would allow the processing of absentee ballots before the election. There's no time frame. It doesn't say the morning of the election before the polls open. It doesn't say the week prior. It just says that that absentee ballots may be processed prior to the election. And we are very much opposed to that and do not think that that is necessary or appropriate in this piece of legislation. With that, I will end there, Madam Chair, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions from committee members in the room? Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Deputy Scanlon, for taking the question. In the past, prior to the 2020 election, where they weren't actually pre-processed prior to the election, if there was an anomaly or a problem with one of the ballots, was there still the ability for somebody providing the checklist of somebody in the town to reach out to the voter to get an answer to the anomaly, or is it that simply the vote simply thrown out under how we've done it prior to 2020?
Prior to 2020, if there was an issue with an absentee ballot, there would be a limited opportunity for the voter to be contacted, but in practice, it was probably not exercised very often because of the tremendous workload that takes place on the day of the election by election officials and the moderator, especially in general elections and general elections where there's a president on the ballot. There just isn't time, and the moderators have been asking for a process like occurred during the 2020 election for some time before the 2020 election and before COVID. It has been recognized as an area that needs some relief, and so the COVID situation forced us to do it for the last election cycle. It was positive, it worked well, and I think it was a very useful tool for the moderators.
Thank you.
Other questions from committee members in the room? Questions from people in attendance? Representative Lane. members. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned concern about ballot harvesting. Was there any inkling or anything that happened in this past election that caused any concern in that area, or is that coming from other states?
Thank you for the question, Representative Lane. We know that there have been issues in other states with that practice. And we also know that the campaigns have become very sophisticated in the way they deal with absentee ballots. And there have been major efforts to identify who potential absentee voters are. These organizations that are not affiliated with the state or the municipalities send mailings to those individuals, in many cases making it look like they are mailings from a government entity, encouraging people to vote by absentee. And in 2020 specifically, that whole process was ramped up even more to where these groups were out there sending mailings, using social media and other ways of contacting voters, letting them know that voting was easy and you could attend their voter help site, and they would have all the help that they would need to make sure that their absentee ballots were applied for, received, and delivered back. And so I can see, from my vantage point, I can see that this could certainly go in that direction if we don't have controls in place, if we implement a no excuse absentee balloting law.
Can I have a follow-up, please?
Sure.
But our current law requires you to either mail it in yourself or deliver it yourself to the state. So isn't that a safeguard for ballot harvesting?
Our current law it places the burden on the voter, the responsibility on the voter to request their absentee ballot, fill it out, and mail it in and make sure that it gets delivered to the clerk. That has changed slightly within the last 6 or 8 years, where we have introduced the concept of a delivery agent, where now for the first time, a voter is able to convey that responsibility to get their ballot to the clerk to another individual. And that is part of this process of opening the door up to that type of activity where, if we continue to expand the definition of delivery agent, and you can see the last few elections that has been attempted, we're starting to create that climate where we have outside groups other than the voter that are going to attempt and try to administer and manage the absentee balloting process for voters. So, they can remind the voters that they can vote by absentee. It can be made incredibly easy for them by targeting the voter with pre-populated forms that they just have to sign and get back to the clerk. If these voters are doing it through some type of an app or software program that is made available to them, these groups might be able to determine when the voter might be receiving their absentee ballots. There are just ways for these groups to insert into the process that up until now has been the responsibility of the voter.
Further questions from committee members?
I'm sorry.
Representative Murhead.
Thank you kindly, Madam Chair. I'm trying to follow this concern. First, I have 2 questions really. Is there evidence that objectionable forms, what you call ballot harvesting, occurred in the state of New Hampshire in the 2020 election? And I guess second, does this bill expand the definition of a delivery agent in the manner that you just objected to?
No to both questions.
Thank you.
Representative Hamlet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Deputy Scanlon, so you referred to in the section about the pre-processing of absentee ballots, you referred to section 10, line 20 and 21, that says that moderator or his or her designee may begin the processing of absentee ballots prior to the opening of the polls. But down below in that paragraph, in line 27, it says the partial processing of absentee ballots prior to an election shall occur on the Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Monday prior to the date of the election, after the posting of the checklist. Does that not answer your question about, or maybe I misunderstood, but I thought you said that it seemed to allow the moderator to allow the pre-processing at any time, but this makes it very specific. That it's...
Thank you for the question, Representative Hamlet. I agree with the portion of that section that starts on line 27, because we are talking about the partial pre-processing of absentee ballots on the Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Monday prior to the election. That's fine, but when you look at line 21, it says something very different. It says the moderator or his or her designee may begin the processing of absentee ballots. That is doing the processing of absentee ballots, not pre-processing, not something that is, you know, the activity that occurred in 2020. That is processing absentee ballots before the polls open, and that's what we would be vigorously opposed to.
I see. Thank you very much.
Further questions from committee members? Representative Rowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. New Hampshire has a voter ID law. Are absentee ballot applicants required to show an ID in order to get the ballot?
The answer to that is no. There is not a requirement to show an ID to obtain an absentee ballot. In the past, the check there was that the voter is required to sign the application for an absentee ballot. And then when the absentee ballot is returned, there is an affidavit that is on the envelope that contains the absentee ballot that the voter is also required to sign. And so up until a few years ago, the moderators were able to check the signature on the application to make sure that it matched the signature on the affidavit envelope. There was a court case that challenged the constitutionality of that because moderators are not professional handwriting experts, and the court determined that that the signature comparison could no longer be a determining factor on whether an absentee ballot was received or not. If the signature was missing on the application, that would be on the application or the affidavit envelope, that would be reason to reject an absentee ballot. Or if the name was different, if there were two different people that signed the application and the affidavit envelope, that would be a reason for rejection, unless the differing signature was somebody that was acknowledging that they were helping an individual with a disability. So effectively, there is no check on whether on absentee ballots coming in, because the signature matching portion of it is no longer a tool that the moderators have. Now, a person that is requesting an absentee ballot in person from the clerk can voluntarily show their ID to the clerk. And if they do that, that allows for a verification of that individual's absentee ballot, helping it through the process when it gets processed on the day of the election.
Other question, Representative Rowan.
Mr. Scanlon, would that not then allow more ease for ballot harvesting if there's essentially no verification, no good accurate verification of who the voter is when there are absentee ballot applications?
That's a good question, Representative Groen. At the moment, the responsibility to receive and return an absentee ballot is still on the voter. And under our current laws, excuse me, the ballot harvesting concern is not very high, in my opinion. It is when we open it up to no excuse, where anybody can request an absentee ballot for any reason, is when the concern, in my opinion, grows pretty dramatically.
Thank you.
Further questions from committee members? Representative Muirhead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wonder, does the Secretary of State's office have an official publication in which it discusses the facts about voter harvesting as the Secretary of State's office understands the problem?
The answer is no.
Further questions from members? I'm seeing none. Thank you very much, Deputy Scanlon, for joining us on this bill. Is there anybody else in attendance on House Bill 61 who would like to testify this morning? Raise your hand. I have Mr. Shushan. I'm sorry, I probably did not do justice to your name. Welcome to election law, and you wanted to join the discussion on House Bill 61. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I be heard now? Am I on? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so I was going to testify in a little bit different way, but most of what I was going to say has already been said, and I'm a former state rep, so I know it's appreciated if things are not repeated.
Thank you.
All right, so the one thing I wanted to talk about was my experience on helping with early opening of the absentee ballots. I'm in Dover, and I was an observer of that process for 3 days when we did it in Dover, and we had people there from the Republican Party and from the Democratic Party, and we were all able to hear whose ballots were rejected. It was almost always because they hadn't signed the inner envelope, so so they couldn't be counted. I personally sent notes to people or dropped a note off at somebody's door or called them if I was able to find out information to tell them that their ballot had not been counted and for what reason. And I got several people thanking me very vociferously for letting them know. And so the early opening is really important for people who might make a mistake that's usually just a clerical error, and they get it informed, and then they can go in either to the city clerk and do a new ballot, or they can actually decide to show up on election day and vote to get their vote counted. So I think the early opening is really important. I would add one other thing that I wasn't going to talk about. You've asked a lot about ballot harvesting, and I also follow this issue, and I agree that ballot harvesting is really a terrible practice. And whenever it's done, it's illegal. And the fact that absentee balloting would be excuse-free really is not going to make much of a difference, because if some group is intent on doing that, they can use any one of the excuses, and they can talk to everybody and say, look, all you have to say is you've got kids at home, so you can vote absentee ballot. Or people can do all kinds of nefarious things. What happened in 2020 shows us that that doesn't happen in New Hampshire, because we are careful with what we do with elections. And so this bill changes nothing about the experience of 2020, which was all positive. So I would encourage very much ought to pass on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us this morning. Is there anybody in the committee room or attending electronically on the committee that has a question? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I am not seeing anybody else that wants to testify on this bill. This is a public hearing on House Bill 61, so I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 61. House Bill 516 was noted for public hearing at 10:15. It is a little after 10:20. This bill is allowing voters to vote by absentee ballots. I have signed up to speak on this a number of people. The first Named sponsor on the bill is Representative Rogers. Representative Rogers, are you in attendance? And if you are, I would like to promote you to introduce the bill. Representative Rogers, I see you. I'm going to promote you to speak. Representative.
I'm here.
Great, thank you.
You can hear me? Thank you, Madam Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Catherine Rogers and I represent Merrimack District 28, Concord's East Side. House Bill 1560 is one you've seen before and in fact passed last session. It would allow any voter who's qualified to vote at the state election to vote at such election by means of an absentee ballot, otherwise known as a no excuse absentee voting, which I know you just covered similarly in a previous bill. And just what does this do for the people in New Hampshire? It allows flexible alternatives for voters and allows them to participate. It allows them to cast their ballot before election day without an excuse. This gives voters, especially lower income voters, alternatives to go to election day, allowing them to cast their votes and become active citizens. Under the current law, only voters that have an excuse may obtain an absentee ballot. Without an excuse, they can't go early, forcing them either to vote on election day or in some cases to actually lie if they want to vote about why they need an absentee ballot. You might ask, what purposes would they have to vote that's not in the ballots? I would ask you to think about someone that works in a very low income job or a low paying job. Quite often they're called in at the last minute. They know it's a possibility, but they don't know it's going to happen. And many people don't want to take the chance and lie and say they're going to be working when they don't know it, but they could get a call at an hour's notice and not be able to go in because they're working all day. So they're in a possibility they can't go in. They don't know if they have a new child or they have an elderly parent that they're going to get sick. Yes, there are the exceptions for childcare or a caretaker, but at the last minute. So these are people that know that there's a possibility, but they don't want to take the chance and do what they would perceive as a lie and say that it's happening when in fact they could wake up election day and everything's fine and they can go in. So saying that there's a no excuse allows them that opportunity. Providing voters with this flexible alternative widens the base of participation and fosters a democratic environment in which people can exercise their right to vote and make important decisions. We already have voters have excuses like travel or sickness. This just makes it a little broader. We had that basically in this last election when the COVID exception came in and we didn't find massive fraud. The Secretary of State said we did not have harvesting in the state. And you heard if someone wanted to really harvest votes, they could do it with the excuses that happening. So the cases of fraud that happen, everyone always brings that up, but we know they're minuscule in this state and the fraud happens already with the laws the way it is. So I don't think you're going to increase it. And statistics around the country have shown that fraud has not broadened out. There are a number of states that do already have this kind of legislation, this kind of voting, and their cases of fraud are terribly small. Oregon, in fact, has all mail-in voting. And since 2000, there's only been 33 cases of alleged fraud, which comes out to 0.0005%. Pretty small for something that makes voting much more universal. And I think that's what we want, is it is for people to vote. So how does it work? It's absentee voting is conducted the exact same way that we have voting right now. It's just instead of having a place for the excuse, it's not there. It's just that they want to receive an absentee ballot. As I said, many states already have it. 5 states have almost totally universal mailing. So I'm asking you to take a leap of faith, to go with what you've done in the past. In fact, this did pass last time, passed the House, passed the Senate, and the governor decided that the COVID exception would cover it. But I think we need to make it a little broader. You need to be aware of the fact that while we might feel comfortable not lying, but stretching the truth a little and saying that we can some of these exceptions into the exceptions that exist or the excuses, a lot of people out there feel very badly about saying that just because their job might call them in, they don't want to say they have to work because they don't necessarily know positively they do. So they're not going to do what they think is a lie and put that down. They're going to take the chance. And if they get called in that day and can't vote, they're going to miss the chance to vote. It might be a vote for you or I, it might be a vote for our opponents, but we want everyone to vote. I think all of us here believe in democracy, and we'd love it if we had 100% participation, but it's not for us to decide, it's for those individual voters. So I'm just asking you to give the voters of New Hampshire a chance to go in. It changes nothing in the absentee structure. It's going to be the exact same way that it's done now. The only difference is they don't put an excuse in. So when the Secretary of State gets up and says, this is going to lead to massive fraud, voter harvesting, all these other horrible things, it's no change. The only change is we're not having them put an excuse. So why is it that harvesting is easier here? It's like saying that when campaigns do rides to the polls, that's horrible because we're taking a whole group of people and we're giving them rides to the polls. We're making it easier because we're picking them up at their houses and driving them to the polls. And campaigns are doing this and they're sending out forms to do rides to the polls and they're picking them up. At the same time that happened, I'm sure back when cars first came in, the Secretary of State back then thought it was a horrible thing because we're helping voters and making it easier. Well, this is what's happening now. And maybe there are pre-printed forms, but they're already doing pre-printed forms for people with the excuses on them. So it's just a step into the future to make more people vote. And yes, it's making it easier, but isn't that the point? Do we want to make voting really hard for people? Or do we want to make it something that people do? It's their civic duty. They want to vote. And I think we want people to vote, don't we? So I would ask you to please pass this. And I thank you for your perseverance in listening to all of us this morning. And I'd be happy.
Thank you, Representative Rogers. If you would humor me with the question, I think you were here for part of the public hearing on HB 61, which was the bill preceding yours. Would you agree that the provisions as you have proposed in HB 516 are identical to those contained in HB 61?
I can't say for sure because I haven't read 61. They
Okay.
sounded like it, but I would take your opinion for as the committee's looked at both bills. I would take your word for it.
All right, thank you. Questions from committee members in the room? Representative McDonald.
Good morning, Representative Rogers. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Deputy Scanlon mentioned voter harvesting, and you've addressed that. He also mentioned state constitutional issues. State constitution talks about the only reasons for absentee voting right now can be absence or disability. Have you taken that into consideration, constitutional issues?
I know that the committee talked about this last time and they resolved that it wasn't there. I think that you also have the caretaker position, caretaker section that's in there now. There's other things in there and that's not been questioned. So I don't believe it's a problem.
Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Barry.
Yes, thank you, Representative Rogers, for being here. You said in your testimony, you referenced the state of Oregon, which has near universal absentee balloting. You said there's only been 33 cases of voter fraud in Oregon. I'm just curious, what is your acceptable threshold for voter fraud?
I mean, I think all of us want no voter fraud, but I think that if there's only been 33 cases in 11 years, and it's 0.0005, that's a pretty low bar. So I think that we all want none, but even our state has had a little bit of voter fraud over the course of the last 11 years. There's always one person that tries to do something wrong by intent or by uneducation.
All right. Representative Mooney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Rogers. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I am.
Perfect. Could you direct me, if it's there in your bill, as to the time frame of when, say your bill passed, everybody would be able to vote by absentee ballot?
I believe it's upon passage.
I'll follow up.
Thank you for that. But I'm wondering, for example, okay, we have a primary and then, you know, a week before the general or a week before the primary or a month before these elections? I'm thinking of a time frame like that.
Oh, okay. No, it would be the same as it currently exists in law. This would not change anything about absentee voting except for the excuse.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from committee members? Representative Fruitcomb O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Representative Rogers, and explaining your bill. You talked about it, and when you talked about it, you talked about other states that have mail-in voting. Oregon that's mail-in voting. I don't, and well, going back to what Representative Berry said, he said near universal. I think it is universal in Oregon. I'm not aware of any polling place that a person can go to in Oregon. Now, do you equate this bill with that sort of situation with mail-in voting? Would you consider this to be a kind of mail-in voting, to have no excuse absentee voting?
I'm having a hard time hearing you, but I think you asked me if I equated it with mail-in voting. Is that correct?
Yes.
No, it's not equated with it, but it's similar in the fact that absentee ballots are mailed in. That's why I offered the suggestion of in Oregon where there is mail-in voting and the situation of fraud. But no, it's not mail-in voting. It's simply the absentees are done through the mail. By and large, I understand some are carried in, but by and large, it's done through the mail.
Thank you, ma'am. Are you aware of states that do have more mail-in voting? Let's just say the states that have mail-in voting, or states that have no excuse absentee voting. Do they consistently have higher voting eligible population rates of voting?
I think it varies state to state. I don't know all of the statistics. I could probably find them, but I know Washington and Oregon have mail-in voting. I don't know the exact statistics of their percent of participation.
Thank you. Further questions from committee members? I'm not seeing anything. Oh, Representative Rowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Rogers, for taking my question. With absentee ballots, how can our election officials verify, especially the more common it becomes, the more people that do it, how can they verify that those who apply for and use the absentee ballot process are actually the persons who they say they are?
I think that they are doing it the same way they do it now. As I said, this changes nothing. It's just changing the excuse for it. Now they go through and the moderators look at the signatures the best they can and make a decision on that when they get them. Our law, if you want to look at the verification, I think that's a different part of the statute that you want to look at. This is simply the excuse part of it and the exceptions that we go through with that. Right now, we have a number of exceptions: caretaker, sickness, absence from town, disability. You have the same question there as far as how you verify. I think that if you want to talk about verification, that's a different part of the statute that you'd want to get into. And that's something that this committee might want to try to reform.
Would follow up.
Go ahead.
Would you support those who want to do absentee ballots having to go into the clerk to pick up their absentee ballot and show their voter ID?
No, simply because there are some people that couldn't do that. There are people, individuals with disabilities. And I can tell you right now, I suffer from a disability and I'm having a flare up right now. I have not been able to get out of my house for the last 3 weeks. Physically, I cannot get out of my house. So if I had to go to the clerk's office to turn in a ballot, I would physically not be able to do so. So I would be not allowed to vote. And I know there are other people that are physically unable to leave their homes for a reason of disability. Or there could be other reasons that they cannot get into the clerk's office. So I think that would be a problem for people. It would disenfranchise a whole class of individuals. I think that that trying to figure out how you're going to verify would be an extremely difficult thing that you probably want to set up a whole committee to look at over time and come up with some suggestions. But asking the clerk, asking them to go into a clerk's office would disenfranchise, I fear, a number of people with handicaps.
Follow-up, Representative Grow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For those that you just mentioned, are they not already covered in the current law?
Yes, but you just said, would I favor somebody going into the clerk's office to turn it in to verify? And that would prove a problem.
Thank you.
Further questions from committee members for Representative Rogers? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much, Representative Rogers, for being with us this morning.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. Have a good.
Thanks. Also signed up to speak on this bill is Janice Kevel. Ms. Kevel, I see that you're with us in the waiting room, and I have asked the computer to ask you to join us. If you unmute, welcome to the Election Law Committee.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Madam Chairman and the committee members. I appreciate the opportunity to present testimony this morning that I believe is very important to the people of New Hampshire. My name is Janice Kelby. I'm a retired postal worker and I live in Hooksett, New Hampshire. I can share with you some firsthand experiences of some of my coworkers and of several family members. New Hampshire citizens take their right and duty to vote very seriously, and we need to keep it that way by expanding the opportunities to those who have difficulty being able to cast their vote during a designated 10 to 12 hour period on a specific day. Being first in the nation gives us a step up in raising awareness of the importance of voting. Now it's time for us to finally update our laws to make it easier for working people to have that voice. Thankfully, voting laws have changed considerably over the years, expanding the rights and opportunities for people to vote. In 1790, white male property owners were the only voters. It took 60 years to pass laws eliminating property ownership requirements and to remove religious prerequisites, and a far longer time before women and African Americans were able to participate in our elections. Laws across the country have continued to evolve, adapting to changing needs. The statistics that I'm going to refer to next are pre-pandemic. So much changed in our past election that I don't dare attempt a national update identifying all of these very recent and some temporary changes that were made. But in early 2020, there were 39 states plus the District of Columbia that had some method to enable eligible voters to participate in Election Day by casting their ballot prior to Election Day, either during an open early voting period established by the state or by requesting an absentee ballot. Two more states, Virginia and Delaware, enacted early voting to begin in 2020 and 2022, respectively. No excuse absentee voting is a commonly used method to allow voters some flexibility to make casting a ballot possible for people who might otherwise be denied the opportunity to vote. Three other states, Colorado, Oregon, and Washington, conduct all elections by mail. At that time, there were only 9 states offering nothing as an alternative to voting on Election Day. Unfortunately, New Hampshire is one of those few states that has not yet updated laws to meet the changing needs of voters that have occurred over the years. This is not my first time testifying in favor of no excuse voting. I think it's unrealistic to expect everybody in today's world to be able to vote on a Tuesday during the hours that the polls are open. I have experienced firsthand the difficulty of rising at the crack of dawn, rushing to get my children up as a single parent, dressed, fed, and off to school or childcare so that I could get to work on time. After working all day and driving about 25 miles to the daycare center, by the time I got back into my neighborhood, assuming traffic was good, I had less than an hour before the polls closed. My children were ready for dinner. Lines at the polls were at their worst, and I had 2 fussy kids I had to force to wait for their dinner in order for me to vote. The legislature very wisely recently, within the last 6 years, I'd say, addressed that particular situation by adding a dependent care as an acceptable excuse to request an absentee ballot. Unfortunately, that was only one of many cases that needed to be addressed. So while the change was desperately needed, it had failed to address the whole problem. My basic argument for no excuse absentee voting has always been the premise that nothing in life is promised for anyone on a given day, especially within restricted hours. Sadly, the 2020 election gave us a very vivid illustration of how important that fact is. Thankfully, through the joint efforts of many people, New Hampshire made it possible for many who were unsure if they would be able to appear in person, and voters came out in record numbers to have their voices heard in a safe and secure election. Everybody was thrilled with the outcome of what was a sudden and unexpected need right then to develop a system, and it happened, honestly, to my own amazement. I mean, I think we ended up with a very successful election where a lot of people's voices were able to be heard. I think this is exactly what we should always do. I think we had 32% of the electorate was able to vote absentee and do it safely and securely. Nobody should have to worry about not being able to vote if they get stuck in traffic after work or if they're unexpectedly required to work overtime. Certainly something I saw working at the Manchester Postal Facility. Seniors and others who fear driving in the snow shouldn't have to choose between driving anyway or not voting. What are their choices if they're serious about wanting to vote? Nobody should have to falsely apply for an absentee ballot in advance or risk driving on icy roads if they're not comfortable doing so, just to cast a ballot. Voting should not be a game of chance. I wonder how many of you wait until the last day to file your paperwork to run for office to become a state representative. I wouldn't wait till the deadline day. Some people surely will, and they'll still be able to do it if we have no excuse absentee voting. But this is why a window is needed to allow people to vote. Nothing is promised to anyone on a given day, and the certainty of being able to do anything is greatly increased by offering a window of time and not restricting it to just one opportunity. Unexpected illness, car problems, family emergencies, bad weather, broken water heater, unexpected overtime shouldn't stop me from having an opportunity to vote if I truly care. I should be able to make a plan ahead of the deadline, just in case obstacles appear. That is important to me, and I hope you agree. This isn't a red state, blue state issue. If you look at a map showing voting rights, you'll see that some of the most progressive states in the country have expanded voting opportunities, as have some of the most conservative states. Interestingly enough, in 1997, Texas, of all places, passed a bill allowing residents to cast absentee ballots from space. They did that because that need existed in their community, it existed in their state, and they changed the laws to meet the challenges of the times. Currently, according to our laws, a person votes or attempts to vote by absentee ballot and does not meet one of New Hampshire's very restricted, limited acceptable excuses, that person shall be guilty of a misdemeanor. Planning in advance in order to ensure a voice in a local, state, or national issues should not be a crime. Limiting somebody's ability to participate in our government is the real crime. New Hampshire, please step up to the plate and meet our needs now. Let's not be the last state to listen and to grow. I urge you to vote ought to pass. It's the right thing to do, and it's the right time to do it. Being known for first in the nation is good. Last in the nation, not so much. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony this morning. Does anybody in the room have a question for Ms. Vogel? Anybody attending, any committee members attending electronically have a question? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Also signed up to speak on this matter is Open Democracy Action. If you, Brian Veal, if you could raise your hand, that I thought that was you. I wasn't quite sure. So thank you for joining us this morning. I think if you unmute, you should be all set. on, I'm looking for you. Anybody find you? I'm sorry, I hit the wrong button. That's why it's not working. You are with us now, I believe. Yes, you are. If you unmute, we're all set. Thank you.
Morning. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thanks for the opportunity to speak in favor of HB 516. I am Brian Beal. I'm Deputy Director of the nonpartisan pro-voter nonprofit Open Democracy Action based in Concord, and I live in Alton Bay, New Hampshire. We work on democracy issues, including the protection of our inherent American freedom to vote. During the run-up to the 2020 general election, Open Democracy, our sister 501c3 sister organization, worked to educate voters on the availability of absentee ballots, including making over 200,000 phone calls to lower-income citizens of all parties, that's important, all parties, and providing instructions on how to obtain an absentee ballot. We did not send mailers out, as suggested by Deputy Scanlon, but we did on demand send absentee ballot applications out to people who desired them. The people we spoke to, many of them elderly or homebound, were really grateful to learn that the state of New Hampshire had helped to make voting safe and accessible during the pandemic. As you know, the use of absentee ballots for concern with COVID-19 was made possible last April by the governor's executive orders and guidance from the New Hampshire Attorney General's Office and Secretary of State. New Hampshire citizens of all parties embraced this opportunity to vote. Despite the pandemic, record numbers of voters were able to vote, 303,193 in the state primary and 814,499 in the general election, a fact that we can all celebrate. New Hampshire citizens, included in those totals were 23,590 Republicans who voted by absentee ballot in the state primary, 16% of all ballots cast. Democrats cast 66,411 absentee ballots, or 43%. In the general election, 260,217 voters of all parties voted by absentee, 32% of the total. Clearly, Granite Staters appreciated having the freedom of not having to choose between their health and their inherent right to vote. So why not make that freedom permanent? Why not let New Hampshire citizens make their own decisions when it comes to their freedom to vote, instead of having government tell them whether they're sick enough, mobile enough, religious enough, or employed enough to vote by absentee? HB 516 removes the current 4 excuses on the absentee ballot application and lets the voter take personal responsibility for their actions. It does not remove the process of the absentee ballot application, chain of custody, or the processing controls that have served us well for many years. And I would also add that Deputy Scanlon did not talk about the voter registration process as it relates to absentee ballots. And I think it's important to note that you have to be registered to be able to vote by absentee. You just don't contact the state, the local town clerk, get a ballot. You have to go through the registration process as well. So that is a check he didn't really address. New Hampshire has allowed absentee ballot voting since it let Hollis, New Hampshire militiamen in 1775 vote by mail during the American Revolution. And from the beginning, the absentee ballot process has been overseen by our friends and neighbors who serve as each town's election officials. For 200 years, absentee ballots have been, until recently, without any suspicion or accusations or doubt. And for that same time, our election officials have verified those voters and have protected the integrity of our elections. And they did so in 2020 with the same commitment to our republic as they've always had. A record 260,000 absentee ballots were cast without any significant misuse in November 2020. And the infinitesimal issues which did come up are being addressed, as they should be, through our checks and balances. Because we trust in the integrity of our election workers, our checks and balances, and the personal responsibility of our citizens, our system has proven that an absentee ballot system without excuses can work for all New Hampshire voters, and HB 516 should be voted, ought to pass. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak, Madam Chair and members of the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beal. If I could just follow up myself with one question. You talked about that you need to be registered before you need to absentee vote. Isn't it true that in this past election, you were able to register and vote by absentee in the same mailing?
You could, but you also had to provide your domicile, citizenship, and identification documents as part of that registration process.
All right, thank you. Questions from committee members in the room? Question from committee members attending online? Speak up or raise your hand. I'm becoming ambidextrous by doing the computer with my left hand. Now, I'm not seeing any questions here. Speak up. Thank you very much for coming and joining us again this morning.
Thank you kindly. I appreciate it, Madam Chair.
Also signed up to speak this morning on this bill is Linda Bundy. Ms. Bundy, I have promoted you to join us on screen. If you unmute, you are with us. Good morning. She was there for one brief. Where'd she go? Hold on, Ms. Bundy. I found you again. My vice chair is telling me he might have jumped the gun on you. If you unmute, you're with us now.
Oh, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Linda Bundy, and I'm a resident of Antrim. I'm speaking in support of HB 516. No excuse absentee ballots expand the ways to participate in the voting process. They allow more people to vote in the way most convenient for them. People have a variety of reasons that make it difficult to vote in person. Life today is busy with obligations that consume time and energy. Residents of rural communities may lack transportation to the polls. Those without vehicles who live in cities may not have ready access to public transportation. No excuse absentee ballots would alleviate these problems. Our system of voting in New Hampshire is safe and secure. Secretary of State Gardner and his staff, along with town and city clerks and poll workers, take pride and work hard to ensure that elections in New Hampshire are fair and free. They follow best practices and manage elections with integrity and honesty. Instances of fraud are extremely rare. Absentee ballots are carefully checked and tracked throughout the process. No excuse absentee ballots make it easier for a person to vote regardless of his or her circumstances. This is a way to improve our election system and increase voter turnout while maintaining a safe, secure, and accessible electoral process. I urge you to support this bill and vote ought to pass. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for joining us, Ms. Bundy. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Bundy in the room here today? Anybody have questions from the committee that are attending electronically? I'm not seeing any, so thank you very much for joining us. Also signed up to speak on this bill this morning is Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hatcher, I believe that I have asked you to join the meeting, and if you unmute yourself, we look forward to hearing your testimony.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm testifying today in support of HB 516. In January, Secretary of State William Gardner delivered a presentation on the 2020 election to your committee. I was struck that Secretary Gardner did not mention fraud once. The topic only came up when committee members asked Deputy Scanlon for help debunking claims from constituents about the possible influence of Dominion voting machines on the New Hampshire elections. Yet now the debate on many of the bills being considered in this committee is centered on claims for actual or potential fraud. One such bill is HB 516, calling for no excuse absentee balloting. In the November election, a record number of voters used absentee ballots, nearly 1/3 of the total votes cast. While 45% of the absentee ballots were cast by Democrats, 55% were cast by Republicans and undeclared voters. This broad use of absentee voting helped to generate record turnout, even in the midst of a pandemic. And even with record turnout, no evidence of widespread fraud has emerged, including with absentee ballots. We should be celebrating this accomplishment, this high rate of participation in our democracy, and we should allow no excuse absentee balloting to enable this success to be continued into future elections. Please vote ought to pass for HB 516. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hatcher, for joining us this morning and testifying. Is there anybody here who has any questions for Mr. Hatcher, who is speaking in favor of the bill? Are there any committee members attending electronically who have questions for Mr. Hatcher? I'm not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a number of people in attendance. Is there anybody else who would like to provide testimony for House Bill 516 relating to no excuse absentee balloting? If you raise your hand, we'll be happy to hear from you here this morning. I don't see Mr. Barnes here. He has signed up for a couple bills this morning, and I haven't seen him. And when I'm asking for somebody up, and I've got a couple of people raising their hands. Representative Cody.
I just wanted to ask you to please read those signed in favor and opposed to this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Cody. I am going to decline that request. This is not like the blue sheets of old. I have multiple pages of people signed in. The sign-ins are in support. There's probably over 20 people per page, and I have 6 pages, and I believe each committee member is getting emailed the sign-in sheets on the morning of the testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
My voice would get very monotonous to everyone if I kept reading this.
I was just asking for numbers, Madam Chair, but that's okay.
All right, yeah, I mean, they're not numbered, they're just listed on the page. I see that Ms. Cotton has raised their hand, and I haven't actually closed the public hearing, so Ms. Cotton, if you unmute, I think you can join us.
Thank you. Good morning. I did not anticipate requesting to speak today, but after listening very carefully, I just wanted to add an aspect to the testimony with regards to no excuse absentee voting. I thank you very much, you and the committee members, for giving me this opportunity. I support House Bill 516. I am an immunosuppressed person. I have had extensive and very rigorous cancer treatment. Unfortunately, I am cancer-free. However, the residual effects from that treatment renders me immunosuppressed and renders me very susceptible to illness. Now, the COVID provisions have certainly helped with that, but there are also other things that persist year over year, such as our fall and spring town elections are during flu season. And that's a season where I need to avoid a lot of contact with the outside, similarly to what we're doing right now for COVID concerns. I know there are folks undergoing active chemotherapies. I know there are folks out there who have other immunosuppressed disorders, comorbidities, transportation issues. We face, our fall and spring elections potentially during bad weather seasons, and folks have transportation issues. There's sometimes an issue of access for some of our more remote locations. Folks are relying on other people to get them here and there to polling places, and those arrangements are not always consistent. So there are a lot of lenses that I would just like you to look through when you're considering legislation such as this. We had a very robust voter turnout, which I think is just a salute to our democratic process. I think that it allowed many people to vote that otherwise would not have done that. But even after, hopefully soon, COVID is a thing in our history and in our past, there are other consistent conditions that prevent us from wanting to expose ourselves to large numbers of public or to have the opportunity to even get there. So we are not considered disabled. We are not considered infirmed. So we don't currently fit into any of the current slots that allow us to have the option of voting absentee. So I would just like you to consider that a little broadly, and also would like you to consider to pass on this very important measure. And I thank you so much for allowing this caboose to join the end of the train here and give you some of my words this morning.
Thank you for joining us. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Cotton? Do any of the members attending online have a question for Ms. Cotton? I'm not seeing any. So I still have a number of people online. I don't have anybody else with their hand raised for testimony on HB 516. Our next public hearing this morning is on HB 124 relative to the absentee ballot request form. That is scheduled to start at 11:15. So we are in recess until 11:15. Thank you. And good morning, Representative Bergeron.
Sorry, good morning.
All right, 10 minutes, see ya. All right, can you
I thought he saw something he posted on
We're unmuted, Madam Chairman.
We are unmuted. This is the House Election Law Committee. It is 11:15. We have a hearing on House Bill 144. House Bill 144 is relative to absentee ballot requests. And the prime sponsor is a member of our committee who has joined us this morning. So Representative Bergeron, welcome to introduce your bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Shall I begin?
Please do.
Thank you. I emailed a copy of the bullets that I'll be talking about during my testimony to members of the committee last night. Hopefully you received that, and even if you didn't have a chance to look at it, hopefully you have it before you. Attached to those bullets are a copy of an amendment I'm going to be proposing. The amendment is very lengthy, but it's actually very simple. So I will explain what that does in my remarks. I also sent along a copy of the current absentee ballot request form that's available on the Secretary of State's website. Because again, we're kind of talking a little bit about form design, and I thought it might be helpful for you to be able to look at the actual form that we're talking about. Some of these provisions were in House Bill 1266, which when it was sent over to, which I sponsored last term, which was sent over to the Senate and became the vehicle for the absentee ballot request forms for COVID. And so some of the elements of the bill that were originally contained in that bill were not acted upon. And some of the other provisions being proposed here were the result of discussions held during executive sessions for the committee during the last term. So let me begin. The first thing that the bill proposes is breaking out the language that pertains to the request for an absentee ballot for the presidential primary election from that for all other elections.
Oh, no, it's something I would.
And the reason for doing that was sometimes there's an overlap when the presidential election comes along. And during discussion in executive sessions, some of the committee members felt it would be nice not to have all that language pertaining to the presidential primary election included in an absentee ballot request form that might be used for a city election or another special election being held in the fall. There was no changes. Any changes being made to the main absentee ballot request form are reflected in the presidential primary absentee ballot request form. And that includes basically all the section dealing beginning on page 3, line 32 through page 5, line 19. The second change that's occurring, and that's what the amendment is about.
I'd appreciated the heads up. I copied you that. You can always write him back.
Representative Ward, can you mute?
Sorry.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you. I'm sorry for getting distracted. Currently, the proposed bill says one of the reasons for requesting an absentee ballot is because I am unable to vote in person due to a disability, confinement, observance of a religious commitment, or, and it continues. And so the proposed amendment would change confinement to the words incarceration for reasons other than a felony conviction, so that we make it clear to the person filling out the form that if they're confined for a felony, they're not eligible to request for an absentee ballot. And so that's the purpose of the amendment that I was submitting as well. Bullet number 3. This deals with the text on the absentee ballot request form in section 1. The text for the second checkoff box is kind of convoluted. If you were to look at the form, it says, I hereby declare that, 1, I am a duly qualified voter who is currently registered to vote in this town or ward. And the second checkoff box is, I am absent from the town, city where I am domiciled. And so what I would find as city clerk is a lot of people would automatically just check off the first box and then the second one because they're asking for the absentee ballot because they're absent. But that second checkoff box really is intended for people who are not registered to vote and wish to vote absentee. So the language of that is proposed to be changed to, I am unable to register to vote in person because I am absent from the city, town, place, or ward where I am domiciled, and will be until the next election and request that the forms necessary for absentee voter registration be sent with the absentee ballot. The language change really is just for clarification purposes for the voter, and it reduces confusion when the city clerks and town clerks receive the forms back to them. I would also note that I proposed adding the word ward to the cluster of words that say, I am absent from the city, town, unincorporated place, or ward where I am domiciled. In the large cities, sometimes it's just as hard to get from one end of the city to the other as it is to get perhaps from Hudson to Litchfield. And so since it's a separate district, voting district, the request there is to add the word ward. The fourth bullet, the current absentee ballot request form provides 6 checkoff boxes for reasons why an absentee ballot may be requested. And House Bill 555 is providing a 7th reason. The bill proposes that some of these similar reasons for requesting an absentee ballot be clustered together so that now there will only be 3 checkoff boxes for the person to choose from. Page 2, lines 13 to 24, that's really just a textual grammar change, if you will, to make the phrases state primary election and state general election parallel. And the current law, one says state primary, the other one says general election. Now they would both say state primary election or state general election. The other change being made is that the passage dealing with for primary elections, I am a member of, or I am now declaring my affiliation with the following Republican or Democratic Party. That language is placed underneath the checkoff box for state primary election instead of appearing under the checkoff box for state general election. Again, it's just trying to make the form a little easier to understand for the voter. The next change, which would be my bullet 6, if you look at the bottom of the current absentee ballot request form, it says you at the bottom, turn over, you must complete the back side. And when you go to the second side of the absentee ballot request form, that includes information asking for the applicant's email address and the applicant's signature. Certainly that's helpful information for the city and town clerks to contact voters if they have any problems with the absentee ballot application. But technically, it's not a requirement to obtain the absentee ballot request form. So my proposal is simply to move those 2 sections underneath the voter's signature and make it clear by adding the word optional that the voter doesn't have to fill that out in order to obtain an absentee ballot request form. And I think it's also more consistent with the recent change to our state constitution where voters approved a provision that really wants the state to minimize the kind of personal information it's collecting and storing on the citizens' behalf. Number 7, and this pertains to let's see, where did I put that?
Representative Bergeron, when did you send that email with the amendment? Because I'm not finding it in my email.
Last night. It might have been.
Okay, I'll keep looking.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, I apologize. I can't find it quickly either. The next section, section 7, talks about changing the absentee envelope affidavit. If you've seen that affidavit, it's very small type and it has 2 boxes on it where the individual has to make a decision as to whether or not they're going to sign under the section deals absence from city or town, or sign in the section that says absence because of religious observance or physical disability. The bill proposes that there only be one box, one sign-off box. Essentially, the 2 are combined and the voter simply signs the affidavit envelope. Really, none of this information is tracked. If you have a single box and it's combined language, presumably the font can be bigger and it would be easier for the voters to read it and also to realize that they need to sign the affidavit envelope. And then the final change that's being proposed for the absentee ballots appears on page 7, section 3, lines 26 to 34. The amendment removes the text, quote, "The signatures on the affidavit shall be examined to determine if it appears to be executed by the same person who signed the application." And in its place, language is inserted that states, "The signature on the affidavit shall be by the same person who signed the application." This amendment is intended to ensure that a voter's ballot is not rejected due to a signature mismatch, and that reflects the intent and the order in the Mary Saucedo versus William Gardner, Secretary of State order on pages 43 to 45. So it's rather detailed. I apologize if the committees didn't see or receive my summary of it. It is kind of overwhelming considering the amount of material that we do receive. But if the committee has any questions, I would be happy to respond.
Thank you, Representative Bergeron. Representative Wells had the email. I just can't find it online, so I have forwarded it to myself. I want to thank you for your explanation because there were a couple of changes you made and I wasn't really quite sure what you were trying to do. So you certainly answered some questions for me going through the bill. Questions for Representative Bergeron on this bill, members of the committee in the room? Members of the committee attending electronically? I think you've sort of done so much. Nobody has any questions, Representative Bergeron. All right. I'm not seeing any questions from anybody.
Which I have.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
I'm just trying to find the answer to it and trying to determine, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm trying to determine if it's already been answered, and I apologize if it has. But I'm on page 1, Representative Bergeron.
Yes.
Looking at line 12, where it says, "Or I am unable to register to vote in person because," does this expand any right that is not currently available?
No, and in fact, that was one of the purposes of House Bill 1266, which the Election Law Committee, I believe we passed it unanimously and sent it over to the Senate. If you were to look at the actual absentee ballot request form that currently exists, that sentence is pretty convoluted. It appears in section 1 of the absentee ballot form, and it currently reads, "I am absent from the town, city where I am domiciled and will be until the next election, or I am unable to register in person due to a disability, and request that the forms necessary for absentee voter registration be sent to me with the absentee ballot." So the purpose of that checkoff box is that the voter is or the resident is asking for absentee voter registration information to be sent to them. But it appears at the end of a 3-line sentence. So the voter doesn't really understand what that is all about until they get to the end of the sentence. So all I'm doing is suggesting you take the back end of what's currently on the form and put it to the front of the phrase. So right away, the person who's reading it says, "I am unable to register to vote in person," because that's what that checkoff box is for. So we're not changing the intent at all. We're just kind of restructuring the sentence so that the purpose of that sentence appears at the beginning rather than the end. That's the college composition teacher coming through. I'm sorry for that.
Representative Moody.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. And thank you for your time and effort on this. Sometimes the application and the envelope, you have to read almost a few times to really be sure you're checking what you're supposed to be checking. So it's nice that you put the thought and time into it. When it comes to page 7, you have new language there talking about variation in the voters' signatures. And then further down, it says that the moderator shall not reject an absentee ballot due to a variation. Can you explain how that's different from current practice?
Yes, it goes and this can change because the legislature has the right to change the laws, of course. But this comes from the 2018 decision from U.S. District Court, Mary Saucedo versus William Gardner, Secretary of State. And that's essentially where the court ruled that election officials, moderators are not handwriting experts, and they shouldn't reject an absentee ballot because the signatures do not appear to be exactly the same or strongly similar between what appears on the affidavit envelope and the request form. There was a similar case, although it dealt with petitions in Nashua in 1998, where the court's order from Justice Delanus actually said that there are dangers to attempting to compare signatures in the absence of handwriting expertise. So all this is saying is, yeah, the voter needs to sign the affidavit. We have to have that. But the moderator is not to make a judgment on whether or not that signature is exactly the same as the signature that appears on the absentee ballot request form. So that was addressed when the legislature repealed section, I think it was 650 Roman numeral 3, which was ordered by the court. But this piece of language, which appeared in 659-52, wasn't amended.
Further question?
I do actually. Any chance you have a citation on that case? Or
Sure. The U.S. District Court is civil number 17-CV-183-LM, and it was opinion number 2018 DNH 160.
Representative Bergeron, do you have the spelling of the plaintiff's last name? Because I think that people will just be able to Google and the case.
Sure, sure. That's Mary Saucedo, and I may be mispronouncing it. It's Saucedo.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And the related case, although again, it deals with petitions, but it does deal with handwriting signatures, was 98-E0350 Nashua Civic Forum versus Eleanor Benson as City Clerk of Nashua.
Any other questions for Representative Bergeron? Representative Whaley.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Representative Bergeron, thank you for taking my question. I have a question that relates to, I'll call it the weather excuse, bottom of page 1, starting with line 30.
Yes.
It currently says that this option is available only Monday immediately prior to the election. You cross that out, but also it states cannot appear at my polling place on election day because of National Weather Service, winter storm warning, etc. But there are 2 additional conditions which you need, one of which you need to check off. One about the elderly or firm or physical disability and worried about your safety. The other being that school, child care, adult care will be canceled. So what it appears is happening with this change, if I understand it right, is that you're changing an excuse that depends on the weather and some other condition that you experience to simply an excuse for the weather having been forecast to be bad. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else who has a question for the representative on HB 144? Yeah, no, I know, but he's gonna testify. Anybody else? I'm not seeing anybody. Thank you, Representative Bergeron.
All right, thank you very much.
Ken Barnes has signed up to speak on this also. He is not, I do not see him as an attendee. Deputy Scanlon does have to stand up. Deputy Scanlon, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, I'm David Scanlon, Deputy Secretary of State. I would like to just recognize, I think Representative Bergeron did a great job trying to clarify some of this confusing language on the application form and the affidavit. And so the comment that I would like to make is not unique to Representative Bergeron's bill, but just in general, over the last few bienniums, we have been adding language to both the application and the affidavit. And I think in this case, Representative Bergeron may have cleaned some of that up, but just for an example, I'm going to put up, this is the affidavit envelope. And you can see that the whole envelope is covered in text and signature lines. And so at some point, I would like to participate in an exercise with your committee where we might try and somehow condense the language that goes on both the application and the affidavit so that that is simpler and more easily read by the voter and the election officials. Maybe it means an accompanying form that defines some of the things that the voter is going to sign when they acknowledge the affidavit. I just point that out because there may be some other bills out there dealing with this language as well. And at some point, we're just going to have to address the physical space that's required on the forms and the envelope. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions for Deputy Scanlon? Representative Cody, do you have a question?
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to ask, since you did mention that Representative Bergeron had done such a good job cleaning up some of the language, I wanted to know whether that meant you all were in favor of the bill or not.
We generally support the bill, yes.
Thank you.
Any further questions from committee members? Deputy Scanlon, I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Deputy Scanlon. Is there anybody else in attendance for this hearing on HB 144 who would like to speak? Please raise your hand and I'll be happy to recognize you. I'm not seeing anybody. So I'm going to close the hearing on HB 144. At this time, just committee, for purposes of scheduling, you've received the House calendar. I just want to review what's going on over the next couple of days. I do have to leave for an appointment probably before the last hearing finishes today. Vice Chairman McDonald will be taking over. We have a meeting tomorrow. We have public hearing in the morning. We have executive session in the afternoon. If you look at your calendar for Monday, we have public hearing on the remaining bills and executive session starting in the afternoon. We have the Zoom license and the space for Monday and Wednesday next week. Those were taken in accordance with getting the bills out for deadlines and finishing our work in an adequate time to get things done with committee reports done for the calendar. If we are at a point on Monday where it looks like we might be able to exec all bills, it would be the chair's preference to continue, not to 8 o'clock at night, but to not quit at 3 o'clock if it looks like we can get through everything. That, of course, will depend on our executive session on bills. We do have Wednesday, but I just wanted to let everybody know so you can sort of digest it and see how you feel. That if it is possible, I would like to get through the bills on Monday afternoon. We will only exec the bills tomorrow that are on the schedule unless there's an agreement to exec anything else between Representative Cody and myself. So I just wanted to let everybody know that's what's going on with the scheduling so you can plan accordingly. And we are now, I think, in break for lunch, and we will be back at 1 o'clock for a hearing on 292, which is in regards to the absentee ballot application process. Thank you, everybody, and have a good lunch. to speaker view?
I believe I sent it to speaker. No, I did not. Nor me.
There you go. All right. Okay.
We are unmuted, Madam Chair. We are unmuted and our video is on.
Hold on, everybody. Like the chair has to set an alarm because she's not capable of remembering what she has to do. Good afternoon, everybody. This is the House Election Law Committee. We are reconvened after lunch. It is Thursday, March 4th. It is 1 o'clock by my computer, 1:03 by 1 o'clock, and 12:59 by another clock. So we're going with my 1 o'clock. The public hearing that we have is on 292, House Bill 292. This is relative to the absentee ballot application process. With us here to speak and present on the bill is Representative Hill, the prime sponsor. Welcome, Representative Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Representative Greg Hill. I represent the town of Northfield and 1/3 of the city of Franklin. With your permission, I'll read my testimony because that will save us time. Much better to run through it that way rather than ums and ahs.
Thank you.
In college, my nickname was Harry Snodgrass for a while. Harry is a real live person, although we've never met. As starving college students, my group of friends learned that a neighboring college catered buffet corporate luncheons. And we learned how to casually walk by the sign-in desk and surreptitiously glance at remaining name tags. We would then pick a name from the remaining name tags and return a few minutes and announce ourselves and be given the name tag and consequently receive our goal of free all-you-can-eat catered food. The last time we worked this scam, Harry Snodgrass was the only remaining male name, and so I became Harry Snodgrass. I believe we have a similar scam possible in New Hampshire elections with mail-in absentee ballots and lots of Harry Snodgrasses. That is, people who didn't show up to vote. Specifically, I will be discussing mail-in absentee ballot requests, and even more specifically, those requests asking that their ballot be mailed to an address other than the verified address shown in the checklist. There are 3 key points to this discussion. 1, mailed-in absentee ballot requests are the only method of voting in New Hampshire that doesn't require any positive identification. To be clear, in New Hampshire currently, if I know Harry Snodgrass exists on a voter checklist, I can simply declare myself to be Harry Snodgrass and request to have a Harry Snodgrass absentee ballot mailed to me at any address inside the United States and raise not a single eyebrow or red flag. A clerk may even know Harry, but he or she doesn't have a single ability to question whether I am Harry Snodgrass or not. 2, it is remarkably easy to create lists of names of Harry Snodgrasses in New Hampshire. That is, those who most probably will not show up at the polls and claim their own vote. I know of 3 possible ways to build a checklist of thousands of possible Harry Snodgrasses, but I'm sure there are more ways than the ones I thought of. If they do show up at the polls, more likely than not, the check-in people will assume it was a mistake and they make up a new name tag for Harry. 3, almost no person I've ever met who has chosen not to vote will ever take the time to do the research with their own town clerk to see if anyone claiming to be Harry Snodgrass themselves took their ballot and voted in their name by absentee. As a side note, even if they did, it's written off as an error of some kind and never investigated. So this is a crime that goes undetected or unexamined. Harry Snodgrass's ballot gets in the ballot box and Harry probably never knows it. This is a very bad situation in New Hampshire. Imagine for a second if we had a situation where anyone could walk into TD Bank and claim to be Harry Snodgrass and ask for all the money in Harry Snodgrass's bank account. Or worse, what is more valuable than a person's vote? But it's worse if somebody could mail in a letter saying in the mail, just mail me the money in account number 1234. I am Harry Snodgrass. Shouldn't be done. This bill protects both Harry and Harry's vote. It requires a copy of Harry's ID or notarized signature to obtain Harry's ballot under those specific conditions or a signed challenged voter affidavit. And this only applies when the ballot is requested by mail and when the ballot is mailed to an address other than the address and record on the checklist. There is an amendment that was sent to the committee this morning at 8:49 a.m. by OLS. They actually contacted me and said that the original drafting did not include all of the options that I had originally requested. So the amendment, the current bill as it shows, an A and a B for the voter voluntarily shows a clerk a photo ID that meets the requirements of RSA 659. And B, the voter voluntarily includes a notarized signature on his or her completed absentee ballot form. The corrected version is the voter voluntarily includes with the returned absentee ballot to the clerk a copy of their photo identification that meets the requirements of RSA 659. B, the voter voluntarily completes a challenge voter affidavit in the same manner as required for an election day voter who does not present a qualified voter identification. Or C, the voter voluntarily includes a notarized signature on his or her completed absentee ballot application form. And that's the only difference from in the amendment. It gives another option. It gives that option of the challenge voter affidavit. And it also changes from giving the clerk a photo identification to the photo identification as a copy that is sent in with their absentee ballot. With that, I'll close my testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee has. I'm not sure the procedure of getting this amendment to you all. I assume it's already there. I just have not figured out that system yet.
I just, before we take questions, I just looked, I did not find it, but I'm not finding things in my email. This is the second time today. So I'm going to assume it has it. And I told someone this for hearing tomorrow, executive session. If you want the amendment considered, find somebody on the committee to introduce it.
Okay.
And it will be considered. Anybody have questions for Representative Hill here in the committee room? Questions for attendees online? Speak up. I don't see any hands, but if somebody's got something. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions. So thank you very much.
It must have been excellent.
Introducing your bills.
Thank you.
292 relative to absentee ballot application. I also have Bob Perry signed up to speak. I do not see him signed on at this time. Ken Barnes has signed up once again. Mr. Barnes appears.
I see Bob Perry as an attendee. Put one down.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Perry, there you are. Yes, let's. Yeah, sorry, if you unmute, Mr. Perry, you are with us.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm glad I was discovered. Madam Chair and members of the committee, I do not know the level of occurrence during an election cycle that an absentee ballot applicant requests his or her ballot be returned to an address inconsistent with that shown on the absentee ballot application form. a number likely known to the prime sponsor. No matter, I speak to the, there we go, sorry. I speak to the worth of signature comparison. Aside from the natural evolution of a person's handwriting with age, and specifically the changes in a person's signature with age, and with me, the level of caffeine in my system, I have come to understand that there are many other valid reasons that signature comparison is perilous at best. The National Multiple Sclerosis Society reported 2 years ago that, quote, around 900,000 Americans, and quite possibly more than that, have multiple sclerosis, easily double the long accepted figure of 400,000, end quote. The reference in the quote to quite possibly more means it is possible many more Americans have the disease, don't know it, and among them, voters. Women make up 74% of MS patients. Linked to a vitamin D deficiency, the farther away from the equator, the higher the incidence of the disease. Quote, people living in the 9 US states comprising the Northeast, end quote, including New Hampshire, end quote, begin quote, have a high prevalence of 377 per 100,000 inhabitants, end quote. Thus, there could be as many as 4,524 New Hampshire inhabitants, among them voters, whose handwriting could be affected day to day based on severity of the disease, medication levels, and other variables. MS, quote, MS includes loss of hand dexterity and finger movement control. This affects a patient's capacity to manipulate objects and coordinate hand movement, skills needed in handwriting, end quote. I searched for the phrase, quote, diseases that affect handwriting, end quote. Results, Huntington disease, as many as 200,000 in the United States. Parkinson's disease, an estimated 3,600 in New Hampshire. A condition known as dysgraphia. The onset of Alzheimer's, an estimated 26,000 cases, ages 65 to 85 plus in New Hampshire. Multiple handwriting styles in one person, and schizophrenia. Even professional handwriting experts disagree in analyzing the same signature, as in a court setting. Indeed, judges in both criminal and civil cases instruct the jury that they may choose to accept the testimony of one expert over the other, or choose to accept the testimony of neither. I suggest obligating election personnel to compare a person's signature is beyond difficult, likely an unwanted responsibility on their part, and if the result is the loss of an otherwise legitimate person's fundamental right to vote, grounds for legal redress. I urge TL. And Madam Chair, I would like leave to read the testimony of a friend who was unable to navigate the website. We're both over 12, so it's difficult for both of us.
Being kind to many of us, Mr. Perry.
Yeah.
All right, I'll allow you to go. I've got other people here who have signed up to speak. Why don't we read the person's name into the record and go ahead?
Thank you very much, ma'am. To House Election Law Committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide written testimony on House Bill 292, which establishes procedures relative to the absentee ballot application process, including signature comparison. I oppose passage of this bill because the provision that requires the comparison of the voter's signature would provide an undue burden on people with certain disabilities, such as multiple sclerosis. I have MS and have lived with it for decades. However, it took many years dealing with a range of frustrating episodic symptoms before I got a definitive diagnosis. Around a year before a neurologist told me I had MS, I found myself in Las Vegas on a business trip. On my last day there, I was not feeling well and decided to rest in the sun by the swimming pool before I packed and checked out of the hotel. Not a good idea because heat exacerbates MS symptoms. After 30 minutes in the heat, my hands and lower limbs became tingly and stiff, and my gait became unsteady, and I had no idea why. When I went to check out, I presented my credit card and signed the statement. The employee behind the desk refused to accept my card and said the signatures did not match. I asked to speak to the manager and was told by management that they had to be careful for fraudulent cards in a city like Las Vegas. I was already feeling ill, and the rejection of my card only added to my stress. I had to find a coworker and then my supervisor to vouch for me before I could get my card back, complete the transaction, and get to the airport in time for my return flight. I wanted to share this story with the committee because it illustrates how certain illnesses can impair one's hand dexterity and change one's signature. There are many people who have MS and do not know it, and some never get a diagnosis. By the way, in my case, I experienced symptoms in my extremities with each exacerbation, including on one occasion, loss of use of my right hand for a period of weeks. I urge the committee to take my story into consideration in your deliberations and vote ITL. And I thank members.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Who wrote that? What was the name of that person?
Yes, it's Joan Jacobs, and in the document that I submitted last night being her presentation, she provides her contact information.
All right, thank you. I just didn't hear it when you were reading. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Perry? Anybody attending online have any questions for Mr. Perry? I'm not.
Sure.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little lost here, and I'd like some clarification perhaps from the author of the bill about current law versus what section 2 and what section 3 asks for, and could you clarify some of that for us?
Representative, are you referring to A and B in the bill?
Section 2 starting on line 12, section 3 starting in on line 16. I would just like that clarified, and also how it compares to current law. So yes, I'm asking the author of the bill who's here in the room with us. So I apologize for confusion. I'm just a little lost here. You're talking about signature verification. I'd just like some clarification about current law and this.
If you can answer, Mr. Perry.
Yes, I'm actually having trouble hearing, but my understanding is that signature comparison is at least temporarily on hold. And to be honest, I don't know whether that is a ruling within the state court or the federal courts. But obviously in some states there are requirements for signature match, and I think it's a very troubling place to be.
Okay, thank you. You only have to answer what you're sure you know, Mr. Perry. Don't worry about it.
Thank you.
Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Perry, for taking my question. In regard to the category of people you described, would not a solution to that signature verification be if they would comply with part A and B of this proposed legislation? Are you familiar with what those say? I'd be glad to read it if you're not.
No, I have that in front of me, Representative, and yes, it surely would, but those reliefs are not available to everyone. So those would be, in my opinion, impediments.
Any other questions from committee members in the room or online? Representative Rowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Perry, for taking my question. If we don't use the verification items in A and B, and if we don't use signature, do you have thoughts on how we can assure that the applicant for an absentee ballot is truly the person that he or she says they are?
Well, there are several options, including same-day registration, the qualified voter affidavit. And I think most voters know that the Attorney General's office is ready to investigate anything that smacks of fraud.
Further questions from committee members in the room? Representative DeRosa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you again, Mr. Perry, for taking my question. I'm just curious, you mentioned that the solution may be same-day voter registration. Could you please elaborate on how that would alleviate the problem?
Through the simple process of registering and voting on voting day, same-day registration. People come in, they can vote if they sign an affidavit that says they are who they say they are.
Okay, further questions from committee members attending in person or online? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Mr. Perry, for joining us this afternoon. Nice to see you.
Thank you, ma'am. Likewise.
Also signed up to speak on this bill is Michael O'Brien from America Votes. Welcome, Mr. O'Brien, to the Election Law Committee. If you unmute, you should be set to go.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Michael O'Brien. I'm here with Party Strategies, and my client that I'm representing is America Votes. I'm here today in opposition to House Bill 292. I just want to talk about a little bit some of the voters that we're probably talking about this law impacting. So for those folks who don't fully understand, so there's a group, really sort of three groups that pop into my head of voters who will request a ballot from a domiciled address, their voter domicile being different from the request the ballot. Certainly snowbirds, folks who live in Florida or Arizona or somewhere else for a portion of the year may fall into that category. A student who grew up in New Hampshire and goes to college in a different state would fall into that category. And then lastly, and I think the one that we should be most careful about as we talk about this bill is folks who live in nursing homes who still have the ability to vote at their previous domicile, but live in the nursing home. So for that voter in particular, what we're now asking, and I don't have the amendment in front of me, and so it's obviously a little different than the bill, but what we are now asking is that they do one of these things that is aforementioned. We're asking someone who lives in a nursing home to show up at their town hall, or we're asking them to get a notarized signature. And if not, we're asking them to signature mismatch, which, as we learned this morning, as Mr. Perry alluded to in the previous testimony, is currently illegal in the state of New Hampshire. So now what you're saying, since we know part 3 of this bill doesn't work or is illegal at the moment, that you're leaving 2 voluntary measures left on the books. So a law without enforcement effectively is what you would be passing into law. I do worry, I know it's been mentioned a lot this morning, that there is no mandated verification for someone who drops off an absentee ballot into town hall. I know a lot of town clerks who do request and ask for their photo ID, even though it's just voluntary within the law. And I worry that making voluntary, quote unquote, voluntary laws will become mandates based on the local level, which can cause certainly confusion throughout the state. So we're opposed to this bill for a variety of reasons. I will say on a personal note, my father has MS. He was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in 1978. He's lived with it now. He blames Bucky Dent hitting that home run for the reason he got MS in the first place. And he's lived with it for 40 years. And MS affects his day-to-day life in ways that I've certainly seen growing up, but are unimaginable to me without seeing it day-to-day. And certainly that provision, that part, inspires a lot of nervousness within me because of that. And knowing that, I'm happy to take any questions from the members of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Anybody have any questions for Mr. O'Brien here in the committee room? Any committee members attending online who have a question for Mr. O'Brien? I'm not seeing any, so thank you very much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak on this bill is, I think my chair has moved you up, is Janice Keeble. Are you with us? Oh, no, let me see.
It's Janice Kelby, and I promise to be shorter this time. Thank you for.
Oh, okay.
I want to speak in opposition to House Bill 292. Again, my name is Janice Kelby, and I live in Hooksett, New Hampshire. It's my understanding that voters can vote from an address where they lived before entering a nursing home. My husband and I lived in a home that we bought in Franklin, New Hampshire. And we lived there for nearly 20 years when he was finally forced to receive care in a nursing home outside of Franklin for a couple of years. I can speak of experiences at both of those places. That my husband, who suffered from Parkinson's, and he spent time in 2 different nursing homes. Both of them were not in Franklin. In the first home he was in, it was probably no chance that anyone would have made any effort to assist him with needs of having somebody come in to notarize a ballot. We were frankly pretty lucky when they had sufficient staff to take care of his basic medical needs. In the second home, I'm fairly confident they would likely have made a great effort to make the arrangements for a notary to be available to assist him based on staffing ability, communication, and the time frame they would have to allow him to have it done in a timely manner to have him safely return his ballot. It may or may not happen, but him being able to have a voice shouldn't be dependent on another person. If they were not able to meet that time constraint and his needs, it would have placed a burden on him that would have resulted in him losing his right to vote, which was always important to him and was always a source of pride to him. Sadly, his condition and mobility had worsened to the point that I could no longer take him out of the nursing home on my own to go get a signature notarized. The last attempt I made to take him out of the nursing home was to a Parkinson's support group that he loved. And it took 3 people to safely get him out of my car and into a wheelchair. Fortunately, there were medical people there to assist me, but without that help, I don't know what I would have done. So it's not something we can take for granted, that something that may be easy for you or I to do might not be so easy for somebody else to do. I think it puts an undue burden on people who are often the least able to afford that burden. I'd like to add a very real story that is the story of my attempts to get signatures, which I understand right now that's not legal anyway, but if it were, it's not a very good test. Parkinson's is a progressive disease. My husband had it for 27 years before he died last year, but getting his signature on legal documents where I needed it was a true test in patience and trying to allow my husband to retain any bit of his dignity. And I can honestly tell you that when a Parkinson's person takes medication, they have periods when they're off and they have periods that we're on. I sometimes got his signature 5 or 6 times in a day, trying to get one. I'd make 5 copies of something and hope that one of them would look reasonably like the signature of the man that I married, so that whoever I needed it for a legal document would think that it wasn't something that I chicken scratched. Honestly, I could have signed his name to look like his voter registration name a lot easier than he could. You would never have matched the 2 signatures. In fact, I doubt if you would have matched the signature from him at 10 a.m. with a signature for him at 3 p.m. So I just think that these are unfair burdens to place on somebody who can least afford additional burdens in their life. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kelby. By the way, Chairman Griffin had to step out briefly, so I'm the Vice Chairman of the committee and temporarily filling in. Are there any questions for Ms. Kelby from those members of the committee here in the room? Anyone on online? Any of the committee members observing through Zoom? Any questions for Ms. Kelby? Seeing none, again, thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Selby.
Thank you.
Okay, no one else has signed up to speak on this particular piece of legislation. Is there anyone who would like to? We have not called upon it yet.
Can I clarify something, Mr.?
Sure.
So,
Representative Hill.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you look at lines 1 and 2 of the bill, where it indicates that this new section is being inserted after section 17A, what OLS did was simply copy the language from 17A, which is existing language, and that's where the signature guarantee part that they're talking about in Roman numeral 3, that's where it already exists. So what they're talking about is already existing law as far as signature guarantee. It has nothing to do with this new section that's being completed. Does that make sense? They just transposed 17A into 17B, and then they changed this language just dealing with mail-in absentee voters. So the signature comparison, that's already in law, that's already a subject of discussion, but it has nothing to do with what this bill does. That's all.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Any other questions for, yes, Representative Draw?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Representative Hill, so do I understand correctly then that of this bill, section 1 is what's being changed and section 2 and 3 are in existing law already?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, sir. Are there concerns that you have about possible ballot harvesting that this would address?
Thank you for your question, Representative. I always have concerns about ballot harvesting. This bill would certainly lend it an air of reliability if a town clerk can certainly know at this point whether the request that comes in by mail is actually being requested by the person that shows up on that checklist. Currently, I have my town clerk who will say, but I know every single person in the town that's requesting the absentee ballots. And I'll say, well, that's great. You may know that person, but you don't know that it's that person that is doing the requesting. It may be, Peggy in Islamabad that's doing the requesting for someone in town that you have no idea. And she will finally, we have to agree to disagree because she feels that she knows every single person. So in that way, yes, ballot harvesting, I think, would be limited. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. Anyone else have a question on the committee for Representative Hill? Yes, Representative Blaine, do you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you. Representative Hill, as I think someone pointed out, there is a provision now that is a felony to do this fraud that you're so concerned about. Do you not feel that that's sufficient to deter fraud?
Thank you for your question. I do not feel that that is sufficient, and for the reason that this is a very difficult situation to determine, for the reasons that I stated, that very few people ever don't vote in an election and then go back to check the checklist used on the day of the election to determine whether someone voted their ballot. It goes undetectable. And that's part of the concern I have, and part of the reason that I filed the bill that you will hear after the next one, which in sequence was really supposed to go first, which was House Bill 291. So I think I can probably answer better when I get to 291, that concern.
Thank you.
You.
Thank you. Anyone else with a question? Anyone here in the committee room? Anyone on Zoom? Yes, Representative Muir.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chair. I wanted to inquire about the proposition that this, well, really the combined propositions that this kind of fraud is rampant on one hand and entirely undetected on the other. And I wondered if there's, if there is any positive evidence that the incidence of this fraud is significant.
Thank you for your question. I am in no way suggesting that this is rampant. I'm saying the possibility is very easy for someone who isn't as bright as me. If I can figure out how I would build a list of names of people that probably will not be voting in the next election, and I have figured out how it is possible for someone to request absentee ballots by mail for that specific person on those lists that I could build, and have that ballot mailed anywhere in the United States and have very little chance of detection. I think it is something that we need to be concerned with, and I think it's something that we can, with very minor tweaks to the existing law, I think we can alleviate the concern, or at least mitigate the concern. So that would be my answer to your question.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Any other questions from the committee? Anyone here in the committee room? Anyone watching on Zoom, participating by Zoom? Seeing no one. All the testimony then, all the questions. Thank you, Representative Hill.
Thank you. I'll see you in a few minutes.
So with that, I'm going to be, if there are no other people to testify, I'm going to close out the hearing on this particular piece of legislation. Bear with me. Piece of paper in front of me. Closing out the testimony on House Bill 292, and I am opening the hearing, the public hearing on House Bill 327, requiring the voters show identification and personally delivering absentee ballots to town and city clerks. Representative Susan O'Brien, who is the prime sponsor on this legislation, and would like to have you go ahead to do so.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, members of my favorite committee. This bill was brought to my attention during this year when we had a lot of the pre-processing of absentee ballots. Our town clerk mentioned to me that it would be, more consistent if those who were dropping off, I'm sorry, the town moderator, not clerk, if those who were dropping off absentee ballots in person were also required to show ID, just as people who vote in person show ID. So that's why this bill was drafted. And I tried to come up with a way that would be simple and easy to implement in real life. So this is why it says that the clerk shall mark the absentee ballot affidavit envelope with the notation AIPIDS, appeared in person, ID shown, and voter verified, and note on the clerk's list of absentee voters that the voter has been verified. The verified voter signatures on the application for the absentee ballot shall not be compared to the voter signature on the absentee ballot affidavit on election day. And of course, that's out of reflection of the 2018 ruling that we discussed earlier today. And I am open for questions. I think this is pretty simple and straightforward, so.
Okay, questions for Representative Booth O'Brien? Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking the question. So basically what this legislation will do is bring in to agreement the requirement to show identification, like you have to do now if you come in to vote in person. It's simply that same requirement that exists for drop off your absentee ballot, basically in person.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Anyone else in the committee room? Question for Representative Pluto O'Brien. Representative Muirhead, excuse me, Representative Bergeron. You have your hand
Thank
up.
you. Thank you, Representative. Representative Prudhomme O'Brien, and this isn't directed on your amendment, which is very minor. The original text of the law, the statute says the clerk shall mark the absentee ballot affidavit envelope. There's another provision in the state law, 657-18, which says all such envelopes shall be preserved unopened until election day. Do you know how the clerks are handling this now? If they're not supposed to be opening the outer envelope to get to the affidavit envelope, are they actually doing that, or are they making the notation on the outer envelope that's delivered to the town clerk's office?
I'm not really sure what, as it's listed, it's the affidavit envelope that would be marked.
Yes, yeah, that's what the current law says. I'm just confused. I'll ask some questions. It doesn't take away from what you're proposing. I'm just wondering if the existing statute might also need to be slightly amended.
Okay.
But thank you very much.
Thank you. I will think of that. Thank you, sir.
Representative Lane.
Thank you. What if they do not have ID? And as a follow-up, would we allow them to do an affidavit the way we do when they come to vote in person?
Thank you, Representative Lane. That's a good question. I think that they would be treated the same as if they did not have ID when they arrived at the polling place.
Yep.
Yes. Now, my just to add to that, my town moderator did ask people when they had not filled things out correctly. She did let them know and was able to alert a few people that they had not filled out their ballots correctly, and they came down. And when she did so, this was during pre-processing, she asked if they would show their ID. And there was no problem with that process that I saw. I saw that they wanted to be asked, the voters that were there wanted to be asked for their ID. They consistently told us that they were happy to have been asked, and they all had IDs, and there was not a problem with anyone who did not have one in my community.
Yes, I was asked too and pointed out to them that it wasn't required. They weren't very happy with me.
Any other questions for Representative Pluto O'Brien? Anyone here in the committee room, or Representative Lane, are you all set? You'll have your hand up. You're all set. Okay, I'm looking at the list of attendees. I don't see anyone with their hand up. Is there anyone I have not called upon who might still want to testify? David Scanlon, Deputy Scanlon, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Deputy Secretary of State. I'd just like to transfer a little perspective on the last two bills that you just heard. I think everybody that sits on this committee understands how polarized the political parties have become, and that is certainly reflected now in our elections and legislation that's being proposed. And, we cannot show that there is widespread voter fraud taking place in New Hampshire. And we cannot show that there is widespread voter suppression taking place here either. But on either end of that spectrum, there are significant numbers of our citizens in the state that believe that to be the case. One hand, you have people that believe that there is absolutely voter fraud going on. And on the other side of that coin, you have people that believe that there's voter suppression that is being attempted and taking place. anything that we can do to help instill confidence in both directions in elections is only going to help us maintain the confidence that people used to have. And I have to admit, it's that confidence is starting to waver a little bit with events that have transpired. So the example that I will use is that back in 2012, we passed a voter ID law where voters going in are required to show an acceptable form of ID. If they don't have it, there is an alternative way that they can easily still obtain their ballot and cast their vote. I think the same thing should take place with the absentee balloting process. And if we require voters on the day of the election to show an ID, it's only appropriate that voters, at least voluntarily, be offered the opportunity to do just that. And I think by doing so, we will help instill that confidence in voters without creating an undue burden on the process of allowing them to be able to exercise their right to vote. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Deputy Scanlon. Is there any questions for Mr. Scanlon? Representative Lane, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. I wouldn't normally do this, but why do we instill confidence by stating that the claims of fraud are not based on evidence, rather than succumbing to the perpetuation of lies?
Representative Lane, there is evidence that there are isolated instances of inappropriate voting in the state of New Hampshire. I don't think we can deny.
Yes.
We also have a large segment of our population that, for whatever reason, believes that it is happening. And we cannot ignore the perception, because that leads to the confidence that voters have. We have to be willing to address that. And to the extent that we are able to do that and not impinge on their right to vote, I guess the other side of the coin, that there's people that believe that a lot of these bills are being offered to to push forward voter suppression, and we haven't seen that in a widespread way either. Does it happen on a small scale? Perhaps, but there are people that believe that, and we have to deal with that perception. And if we can do that, and we can put mechanisms in place that allow voters to believe that the process is easy for them to vote, but it is also allowing those people who are qualified to vote exercise those rights, that's to everybody's benefit.
Representative Barry.
I'm sorry, could I have a follow-up?
Follow-up, sorry.
Do you think that these provisions are going to eliminate fraud? I mean, is there a way to eliminate fraud?
I never said that these provisions would eliminate fraud. I think that what these provisions do is allow an opportunity for a voter to easily show that they are who they say they are, and that this gives the clerk the opportunity to pre-verify an absentee ballot, which helps on the day of the election. And by doing that, we take a step down the road to instilling more confidence in our process.
You said, Representative Lane?
I'm done for today.
Yeah, because there wasn't, I won't. Representative Barry.
Yes, Deputy Scanlon, thank you for your testimony today. You and I have had a lot of discussions about this issue and around about voter fraud, perception of fraud, what the definition of fraud is. Not going to try to read that today, but I do have a question along what Representative Lane was referring to. The state does have a compelling interest not to suppress the vote, and the state has a compelling interest to make sure people can vote. But I do have a question, which is, do you believe that by having as loose voter laws as we do, particularly around the lack of actual ID that is required, do you believe that there is some voter suppression by people who would otherwise vote but are now disenfranchised because they don't believe in the process anymore?
I'm sorry, Representative Barry. I did my best to try and understand the question, but I had a difficult time hearing you. So it could be because your mask is on and it's muffled. But if you could, or somebody could repeat the question, that would be helpful.
My question, Secretary Scanlon, is do you think that there are people that do not vote because they do not have faith in our elections?
There may be some, Representative Barry. However, our record speaks for itself. The percentage of turnout that we have in our elections is consistently in the top tier in the country, and top tier is top 3. And so, New Hampshire, despite, the sentiment out there, is one of the easiest places to vote in the United States. And we bear that out election after election. And but we do have these underpinnings. We have these undercurrents of beliefs out there that may be more perception than they are reality. And I'm just saying that we have to be aware of that and take steps to address it before it becomes a bigger.
Thank you. Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Deputy Scanlon, for taking the question. So, in addition to this bill giving increased voter confidence in the process, would it not also be a good idea to align or bring consistency between in-person voting and absentee balloting? By that I mean this would bring the same requirement to show an ID that is required in person. Would that be good to have that consistency?
Yes, I think to the extent that the voting experience is similar to what all other voters experience is a goal that we should strive for. But, with that said, I think we do have to recognize that, the process of people voting by absentee because they cannot make it to the polling place is going to be different inherently than showing up at the polls and voting. But to the extent that we can have uniform standards in the process of voting, that's a positive thing.
Thank you.
Other questions for Deputy Scanlon? Representative Muirhead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding of your testimony is that the Secretary of State's office supports this legislation because it will increase confidence in the fairness and integrity of elections. And I wonder, is there evidence that the passage of voter ID laws in recent sessions has in fact had the effect of increasing confidence in the fairness of elections?
Is there evidence that we can point to? I'm not aware of a report or a white paper that anybody has written to that effect. However, when the voter ID law was being debated, it was very controversial. It was very similar to what this conversation that we're having today. And there were claims that there were going to be 10% of the population that did not have a voter ID. And the reality is, within 2 years, after people got used to it, it is a non-issue. And it is a fraction of 1% of the people that show up at the polls now and do not present some form of acceptable ID. That was a success story. It built confidence. I mean, there are people prior to that bill passing saying, I cannot believe that, that I don't have to show an ID to go to the, to get my ballot. That instilled confidence, and it is a non-issue after the fact. And what I'm saying is that if we can provide opportunities like this for people, in this case, to voluntarily offer credentials and not make it more difficult for them to actually vote, that's a positive thing. It instills confidence.
Representative Bergeron.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Deputy Scanlon, my question pertains to the language of the bill, House Bill 327. The bill proposes to amend Section 2 of RSA 657-17A. Section 1 says that the voter can prove identity by 1, providing photo identification, or 2, completing a challenge voter affidavit. This amendment uses the word "and." The person, the envelope's going to be marked saying the person appeared in person and showed an ID and is voter verified. Should that be "or," so that it's clear that the person chose to prove identity either by showing an ID or by filling out the challenged voter affidavit?
Yes, yeah, I would agree with that. And I think if, that language actually referred back to section 1 and just said, either A or B, it would effectively do the same thing. But I agree with you.
And Madam Chairman, follow-up question.
Representative Bergeron.
Also, the question I posed to the sponsor about marking this information on the absentee ballot affidavit envelope. Do you know how that's handled now if the clerks aren't supposed to be opening the outer envelope anyway?
I think you raise a really valid point. I mean, at that point, the only envelope that should be accessible to the clerk is the outer envelope. Although I'm only hesitating because if they are at that point doing it in person at the clerk's office, I mean, there may be an opportunity to write it on the affidavit envelope. But I think that's an area that could use a little further review.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Further questions from committee members in the room or participating electronically? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Deputy Scanlon. I do have people in attendance. Is there anybody else who'd like to submit comment on House Bill 327? I'm not seeing any. Thank you. I'm going to close the hearing on 327. House Bill 291. I'd say we're 156. I don't know. I'm going to leave it up to you guys. What do you think? 156? Am I close enough to 2 to go, or do I need to wait a couple minutes? I think we need to wait. All right. We'll just stay on. In a couple minutes, we'll do that.
Madam Chairman, we're unmuted.
All right, it is 2 o'clock, everybody. It is 2 o'clock, New Hampshire House Election Law Committee, the public hearing scheduled for today, Thursday, 2/4/21 at 2 o'clock is HB 291 relative to the public inspection of absentee ballot lists. The prime sponsor, Representative Hill, joins us in committee room to introduce his bill. Welcome, Representative Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, once again, I am Representative Greg Hill. I serve Merrimack 3, which is the town of Northfield, 1/3 of the city of Franklin. I'm here to introduce House Bill 291, which deals still and specifically with that slice of the voting public, mail-in absentee ballots. This is the prior bill that I spoke on, House Bill 292, dealt with future voters. This bill deals with after the fact, after voters have voted, and the review of the absentee ballots and where those absentee ballots were sent. When I last served on House election law, I was reviewing this section of the RSAs, and I was surprised to see that that the information of where absentee ballots are mailed is done behind the veil of secrecy. In fact, if you look on the bill, line 18, actually it starts on line 17. The true language of the law says the list, which is referring to the lists of where ballots are mailed by the clerks, shall be available for public inspection with a court order. So someone in order to determine where an absentee ballot has been mailed has to go and get a court order. And that includes the Secretary of State, which I'm glad to see that Deputy Scanlon is available, and hopefully he testifies behind me. He and I, back in 2019, requested the HAVA personnel to do a report, and they did. And they went and sat us down at Fruit Street in Concord, although it's not called Fruit Street anymore. I forget what it is called. And they went through the results of where absentee ballots were mailed to addresses outside New Hampshire. That was the specific request I had made. Where were these ballots being mailed? And so it turned out that 14,416 absentee ballots in the 2016 presidential election were mailed to addresses outside New Hampshire. That does not include any that were military, UOCAVA, diplomatic, any of that. So these are just strictly 14,416 ballots that were mailed to outside addresses. And we had asked for an analysis whether there are any common addresses where these ballots were sent, where multiple ballots went to the same address. Well, turns out they are. And so we received back in this report.
Mr. O'Brien, thank you. Go ahead.
We found that roughly 1,400 or 10% of those ballots were sent to common addresses multiple times. So, for instance, 100 times, New Hampshire town clerks mailed at least 3 ballots to a same physical address. And I'll just scan through this list and give you examples. 68 times, 4 ballots were sent to the same physical address. 12 times, 6 ballots were sent to the same physical address outside New Hampshire. 13 times, 8 ballots were sent to the same address. 9 times, 10 ballots were sent to the same physical address outside New Hampshire. 4 times 14 ballots were sent. And I'm skipping along here. 3 times 19 ballots were sent to the same physical address. 2 times 21 ballots were sent to the same physical address. And once, the winner is 23 ballots went to the same outside New Hampshire address. And we don't know where that address is. And we would only know if we had a court order allowing that information to be known. So this bill does one thing. It strikes that word "not," and it allows 60 days after the election that information to be available to the public. I wouldn't care if it's 60 days, 90 days, or 365 days. It doesn't matter to me. The point is, for me, that that information should be at some point available for anyone, but mostly in this bill, the Secretary of State, who should be able to look at that information and determine at that point whether anything needs further investigation. I testified in the prior bill that it would be very easy for someone to gain a list of names and request absentee ballots for those names and be virtually assured of never being caught. I'm not saying in any way, shape, or form that these ballots that went to the same physical address anywhere in the United States are by any chance proof of fraud. I am suggesting that it is proof of an investigation. There should be somebody looking at where these went. You know, we would have, and some of the examples that I received back from the HAVA people were that, you know, it's entirely possible that some of these may have gone to retirement communities or colleges or a couple of other examples that they had anywhere in the United States, and it would explain why there would be similar ballots or similar addresses with ballots going to that same address. All true. All true. It is possible that that's true. But let's say it is a college and yet after the investigation, we find out that 23 ballots went to one dorm room in that college. That should be, give us pause at any rate. So just saying, oh, well, this is a college and that's the explanation for it doesn't work for me. So I'm asking in this bill that the Secretary of State would be able to have access to this information and provide a report that would show those 4 items. And for me, I won't go through all of them, but D is the one that is the most important to me. And that says for the most common addresses as determined by the number of ballots sent to that address, the actual addresses where the ballots were mailed needs to be known. That to me is the money shot in this. That's the reason we're doing that. So with that, I will be happy to answer any questions about the research we did or the bill.
Thank you, Representative Hill. Questions from committee members? Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, ma'am. I do think Representative George has his hand up first.
That's all right, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. So my question then is, are you talking about out-of-state addresses? And I have a follow-up.
I thank you, Representative. The examples that I used were specifically to addresses outside New Hampshire. I do know that Deputy Scanlon asked for a follow-up to investigate whether any multiple ballots were sent inside New Hampshire. I never have seen the results of that request. And I do know that the examples I was showing were for the 2016 election. I do know in conversations with Deputy Scanlon that he's asked for the information from this prior presidential election as well. But yes, I was only talking about outside New Hampshire that ballots were going.
Thank you, Representative Torossian, and then I'll get back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to ask a similar question, but my question was current statute can you request information for ballots sent to inside New Hampshire addresses?
Again, this is, the current law does not allow it without a court order. So for any, whether it's inside, outside.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clear.
Up and down, any of those things, yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you for your question.
Representative Lane.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The question that I directed to you, Representative Hill, before, would you like to answer that one now?
I would be happy to. Can you remind me what the question was? I'm 60, you know, these things.
Well, I'm older, so, you know. But I think it was more along the lines of what evidence of fraud is there, and are we putting forth a solution that is in search of a problem?
Thank you for your question, and I do remember it now. But it, I think what I offer here, and as I said, this is not proof of fraud. This is merely in an effort to increase transparency and shed a little sunlight on some of this. And certainly, I agree with Deputy Scanlon's comments about adding some measure of certainty to people that are voting. It was possible for me to get this list of information, and I know you can't read it, but the list of where these multiple ballots have gone takes up about half the page. I just think that is worthy of investigation, but I said clearly that it is not proof of fraud.
Could I have a follow-up, please?
Sure.
Who's doing the investigation? I guess maybe I didn't read the bill. Who is doing that investigation? What do you do with this information when you get it?
So in the bill, it requires the Secretary of State to provide the report.
But once that report, is that the investigation that you're requesting, is simply that information?
No, that report would then be sent, and I jumped ahead, sorry. I'm asking that the Secretary of State would create this report, and I'm trying to see where it says that the report goes. I would have expected it to go to the election law chairs and the Senate President and the Speaker of the House, but I don't see it listed, so I will make a note. Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Representative O'Brien, did you still have a follow-up?
Yes, I do. Thank you, ma'am. So my question, Representative Hill.
Yes.
If these are out-of-state addresses, what do you imagine the problem could be? That say it's us going to New Hampshire residents who are at Harvard University, which is out of state, or Yale University, which is also out of state, but in the same building. Would that be listed as the same address? Would that be 123 Main Street, Cambridge, Massachusetts? And then that's why it looks like the same address?
Thank you for your question. I'm afraid I can't be very specific with the answer. I'm only taking the information from the HAVA people who investigated it, and it was their determination whether that was the same address or not. It may have just said Harvard, I don't know. We never did see the addresses. We were told, however, that one was an RV park, one was a college. Interestingly, one of them was a rather expensive high-rise apartment building in Boston. But we don't know the address or why ballots would be sent to that address. So the investigation has never gone beyond just knowing from the HAVA people that it was a common address and how many ballots went there. thank you for the follow-up.
Representative Bergeron.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Representative, I can certainly understand the value of this type of report to the Secretary of State's office and perhaps the Attorney General's office for internal use and investigation purposes. But at what point does publishing people's addresses start to infringe on their right to privacy? Our Constitution says that an individual has a right to live free from governmental intrusion in private or personal information. What value is there in taking this information and making it public when its purpose and its use should be driven by the needs of the Secretary of State and the Attorney General's office?
Thank you for your question. I will tell you that years ago, before this was only available by court order, the practice used to be that the clerk would create a list of names of where she had sent absentee ballots and post it on the door of the clerk's office. And it was only at that point that someone pointed out it was a great tool for burglars to use to know that somebody wasn't going to be at that address, and that would be a great place to go. But at that, I guess I point that out to say that it's not very difficult to have a list of addresses. You can do it with, if they still publish telephone books, I don't know. But having a place where 23 ballots were sent to a single address, I would have no problem, quite frankly, if the bill was amended so that the Secretary of State and the Attorney General had it. That was the reason I delineated the Secretary of State in here. But I have always deferred to the idea of sunshine being the greatest expected. So I would make the information known publicly.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Representative Bergeron. Representative Cody.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Hill, the document to which you are referring, what is the provenance of that document from which you're deriving this information? Is that a document that was the result of a report, or I'm a little confused as to what the provenance of it was?
Thank you, Representative Cody. Nice to see you again. This was a request that was made as I was sitting as vice chair of this committee through Deputy Scanlon, and it was created by the Hava people on Constitution Ave, I think it is actually now. And so it wasn't a report that went anywhere that I'm aware, unless Deputy Scanlon did anything with it that I'm unaware of.
Could you possibly, sorry, Madam Chair, I have a further question. Could you possibly provide a copy of that material to the committee?
Absolutely. I emailed yesterday at 4 something in the afternoon to the committee a list of all of these, the number of ballots and the addresses.
I appreciate that, Representative, but I'm referring specifically to the full document.
Yes, here, this is the single document that I have. It's one page that that was created that shows those numbers on here, but it was such small print that that's why I created my own document with larger font, because again, I'm 60.
So Representative Cody, is that the piece of paper that you want? And we'll ask Representative Hill to scan it and send it to us?
Yes.
I think that would be helpful. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. I will do that.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Rowan, do you have a question?
Representative Hill, do you foresee that this would in any way suppress voter vote? I mean, by simply shining light on the addresses where mail-in ballots went, would that have the impact of suppressing vote, you believe? Or should it?
Thank you for your question. I have no idea why it would. I can't, sitting here, think of a reason why it would. I think it's just information of where multiple ballots are being sent. Not in any way, shape, or form an idea of suppressing the vote.
Might it suppress the vote slightly if 23 ballots shouldn't have gone to that address?
Thank you for your
Just
question.
clarification, this is a report after the election, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Representative Ward, do you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Hill, for taking my question. You may have answered this before, but I wonder if you could define with a little more specificity what you mean by common address. Same street number, same town, same zip code?
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if I recall the exact language that Deputy Scanlon used. He may recall, if he testifies after me, what was given to the Hava people in order to generate this. I don't recall them ever getting to the specificity of what was detailed, but we were talking about a single address where multiple ballots had gone. Now, you know, if you think about a college, it is possible that colleges have their own mailroom. So one address may go to a single, or one mailing may go to a single mailroom and for multiple students. So that was my indication that, and that's why I say this is not proof of anything. It's just fodder for further investigation. I hope that answers the question.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Further questions from members of the committee in the room? Deputy Scanlon has his hand raised. Deputy Scanlon.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Once again, I'm David Scanlon, Deputy Secretary of State. Not taking a position on this bill, but I would like to just let the committee have a little history and maybe clarification on what we're talking about here. The statewide centralized voter database known as ElectionNet was a requirement of the Help America Vote Act that passed in 2002. And it required every state to create such a database if they did not already have one. And it required certain items, a lot of personal information related to the voter be kept in that database. When the legislature, the New Hampshire legislature, created the database or authorized it, they said very clearly that the personal information of the voter was to remain confidential. It was built with the barn doors closed. And if any of you know Representative Neil Kirk, a really strong privacy advocate, was chair of the Finance Committee for a number of years, saw to it that those protections were in place. At some subsequent biennium, the legislature did loosen up the database to allow for the distribution of public checklists, allowing the Secretary of State to sell a statewide list to political parties, political committees registered in New Hampshire, and to political candidates. And for candidates, we could produce the list for the candidate's district, but we could not break it down any more than that. Any member of the public, any citizen of New Hampshire that wanted to obtain the list could go to their town clerk or supervisors of the checklist and purchase that list directly from that person for just that political subdivision. The legislature then said, so as part of that, the clerks then during election season receive the absentee ballot requests and they keep a list of that. And they keep track of when the request was received, when the ballot got mailed out, when it comes back, and whether it was actually counted or not in the election. Those lists are also confidential. That information is put in ElectionNet, but the information is kept at the clerk's office. And the law says that that information is also confidential information, except that a candidate who is running for office can obtain that list of voters so that they can communicate with the voter and send them information. But no other member of the public is authorized to obtain that list. After the election is over and we have elected officials, but at that point we have no candidates, that list is no longer available unless there's a court order, to obtain that list. What Representative Hill requested when he was vice chair of the committee was information in aggregate form related to absentee ballots that were sent to the same address multiple times. And the report that we generated for that request was an aggregate request. There was no voter identification tied to it. I don't think the addresses were available. It was simply numbers saying that there were, 10 ballots sent to, 21, whatever the number was. And that is the list that Representative Hill is referring to. And we will produce reports based on aggregate information that are aggregate in form based on information in the database. If it's helpful to a legislator or a committee to understand issues, but we do not in any instance provide private and confidential information about the voters themselves, their addresses, or anything else that's related. So I think it's important that may be made clear. I will end by saying that this is policy that is in the domain of the legislature, and we will vigorously protect the private and confidential information of the voters that are in that database. And if there is legislation that comes forward that says somehow that we should be releasing that information, we will very strongly oppose it. However, to the extent that the committee believes that reports in aggregate form, or if there's an expansion of who is entitled to have the public checklist, those are your decisions to make, and we will obviously abide by whatever the legislature decides in that respect. So with that, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Deputy Scanlon, Representative DeRosa?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you again, Deputy Scanlon. I had a question in regard to the voter list that the candidate can get from the town clerk of where they're a candidate. It's my understanding, as you stated, that you can get that list for those addresses. But if the voter has a PO box, you can only get the street address. You can't get the PO box. Is that accurate? Is that a correct statement?
I would have to go back and actually look at the statute. I think what the clerk can provide is the name of the voter and either their mailing or physical address. That's public information. They will not provide the address where the absentee ballot is being sent to if it is a location other than what is on the checklist. That's my understanding of that statute.
Thank you.
Other questions from the members? LOB or online? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Deputy Scanlon.
Thank you.
I don't have anybody else signed up to testify in regards to House Bill 291. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to this bill? I'm not seeing anybody, so I'm going to close the hearing on House Bill 291 and open the hearing that was supposed to begin 15 minutes ago. It was too late on House Bill 406. This is relative to the ability of the public to observe the processing and counting of absentee ballots. I don't have anybody signed up to speak to this bill, but I understand Representative Prudhomme O'Brien can speak to HB 406 to bring it to the floor, and I just ask that you sign up tonight online to show that you spoke to the bill. Welcome, Representative.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and the committee. This bill, I passed out some diagrams for you all to show the setup of the area where the pre-processing of absentee ballots was done earlier this year in Derry. And it may be hard for you to visualize that, so I will take something that's similar in size. This is about the same size, and the absentee ballots were processed in Derry.
All right,
with a lip there.
Representative Fruitcomb O'Brien, if you don't mind, because we're doing this sort of hybrid, and I think you were able to pass out things to committee members, but members did not. The bill as proposed, for which you are a sponsor, proposes specific language that the members of the public shall be permitted to observe the processing and counting of absentee ballots without obstruction and from a distance of 6 feet from such processing and counting, correct?
Correct. It's all about being able to see the processing of the absentee ballots. And so when you have a partition between yourself and if you're the public and there's something between you can't see anything that's happening behind that partition. I don't think that there was anything nefarious planned with the setup that I saw and one of the other sponsors saw for this. I think it's just that was a very convenient place to do the absentee ballot pre-processing. But every RSA that we have regarding this is about transparency and about the public being able to see what's happening in real time. And for that reason, this is something that myself and the other sponsors thought was important to clarify in state law because it had not been. So again, there was nothing nefarious that I'm aware of. It's just it was a convenient place to do the pre-processing, but it wasn't truly as transparent as I think the spirit of every other law dictates that we have regarding ballot processing.
All right.
I hope that's clear, and I hope that the diagrams that everybody has.
Well, but nobody online can see, so I'm gonna make an attempt here for committee members who are viewing this online. I don't know if you can see. The town council room in Derry, it's my recollection because I watched these meetings, almost looks like a courtroom. You walk into it and there's actually 2 bays of seating as you enter the room. And then at the front of the room, there's a half circle of a table that if it was straight would look across like a judicial bench where town council members sit behind it to conduct business while the camera is looking at them. And in front of, this platform sits on about 8 inches according to the diagram. And so if you're aware, because I actually did think it was a courtroom the first time I took a look at it real quick. At the front of the bench with the members sitting behind it, it is elevated with a piece of wood, I think, that's actually, I don't know, 6 to 10 inches that goes all the way around. So it would be as if there was a ledge right here in front of us. So you would not be able to see my scribbling on the paper or turning the page.
That's an excellent description, Representative.
Okay.
Chair.
So this is what Representative O'Brien, she passed out this diagram in regards to how the town council room is set up, and that's where apparently they did the processing, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Yes. It's a convenient place to do the processing. I can understand why they would have chosen that.
But you couldn't see anything. Okay.
But we could not see what was happening with the ballots.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Representative Fruitcomb O'Brien? I'm not, any questions for people attending? Oh, sorry, I missed it. Representative Lane. Oh, sorry, it's in real. I'm looking for my little blue.
I know, I'm sorry, I wasn't fast enough, so thank you. In my ward, where we usually vote, I'm not sure that it can be configured to do that within 6 feet, and it's such a tiny spot. So I guess I just raised that from my own personal experience. Is there some wiggle room? I mean, they'd have to be really close or they have to stand really far away. And I guess I don't know if ours is unusual or what, but it is very difficult for them to maneuver as it is. So.
Thank you. Was that a question?
Is it, I guess, is it possible to do something? I don't know if they can do 6 feet because, I mean, it would have to probably be longer than that, wider way than that, just because of the physical constraints of everything else that they've got going on.
Well, thank you, Representative Lane, for that. Every situation's a little different in our state. I think we're all familiar with that every town hall or municipal center or school is different than the other ones. But we do try to have some unification in law so that all of our citizens will have the same expectations and the same treatment when they try to observe the counting and the processing of ballots and of the absentee ballots. I don't think that it's too much to ask to not have a lip on the desk, like a reception desk. We're all maybe familiar with the governor's reception desk. It's like that. And I like to call this in simple terms, I call this the hands where I can see them, Bill, because we should be able to see what's going on with the ballots.
Well,
And
so I guess.
everyone.
Excuse
Everywhere.
me for interrupting.
Yeah.
I guess in follow-up to Attorney Lane's question, it doesn't sound like the 6 feet was the issue. The issue was you couldn't see the hands, right?
It could be 1 foot, it would still be a
It could
problem.
be 8 feet,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
The 6 feet is not, the distance was not the issue. It wasn't
Right.
as if you were me showing up without your glasses
Right.
at 6 feet
Right.
and couldn't see what they were doing. The issue was you couldn't see the hands, right? You couldn't
Yeah.
watch meaningfully the actual process.
There are provisions where 6 feet is indicated because that's far enough away for you to see what's happening with the ballots. But
So
no,
I
you're not
guess-
so close that you're seeing that your neighbor, Mrs. Smith, voted a certain way. You're not seeing the ballots that close.
All right, but I guess the question is Representative O'Brien is, if the 6 feet was, if the distance minimum was eliminated from this bill, given that there are other provisions in statute in regards to the ability to observe, does that make the bill meaningless to you, or is the main provision that you can actually see the processing without obstruction?
That is the main point, the not having obstruction.
Okay, thank you. All right, other questions? I have a couple other hands, but I don't see any other questions. Deputy Scanlon, you have your hand up. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, members of the committee, I'm David Scanlon, Deputy Secretary of State. The sponsor in this bill explained the situation that you just showed visually in that chart, and it did not seem right. There should be transparency in this process, and we would certainly support that. I think the 6 foot figure may have come in there because there is a requirement at the voter registration table that observers cannot get any closer than 6 feet to that process. But I did want to comment on the way this amendment is written, because it says members of the public shall be permitted to observe the processing and counting of absentee ballots without obstruction and from a distance of 6 feet from such processing and counting. To me, that means that every member that wants to observe that process should be able to be 6 feet away. And as Representative Lane mentioned, that may not be practical in probably most polling places. So, I think what is, what's important here is that process be transparent and that the people that want to observe it can do so in a meaningful way. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
430 votes. Well, I guess I have a question for you. So, Deputy Scanlon, so when you say members of the public, are you insinuating that there should be a distinction between members of the public and official observers?
No, what I'm saying is, I don't think that it may not be practical or possible for each member of the public to be exactly 6 feet away from the, the processing of the absentee ballots, which is what that sentence seems to imply.
All right, your issue was not with the members of the public piece of this section, it was with the 6 feet.
That's right.
Okay, sorry, I misinterpreted what you said. Other questions from committee members in attendance here or attending online? I'm not seeing any. I don't have anybody actually signed up. Anybody else to speak on this bill? Representative Love, I think I saw you somewhere at one point and I don't know where you've gone. Hold on, let me check. Got an attendee with their hand up. My left hand is doing it. Representative Love, indeed, there you are. I apologize. Representative Love, you are with us. Welcome. Yeah, I've done it a couple of times now. I thought I haven't. Okay, sorry, Representative Love, I had a little technical difficulty. You are with us now. If you will unmute, you are with us. If anybody's upstairs, I'm having problems with getting Representative Love up. No, it says it's true. He's joining as a panelist.
Yeah, he was there and then he went back to attendees and I've just tried to move him back in. There he is.
There he is. All right. Thank you. Representative Love, you're with us as a panelist. If you unmute, we will be all set. There you go.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, we can, Representative Love. Welcome.
Okay, great. I want to thank everybody. Thank you, Madam Chair, and the committee for putting up with my technology problems here, and thank you to Catherine Prudhomme O'Brien for doing a good job presenting this. When Representative Lane was talking about the area at her town, the ward being too small, and how can on one hand, you're talking about it's too small to have 6 feet, but you want it bigger. If it's too small, it should be shrunk to 4, maybe. That doesn't make much sense to me. But anyway, what happened here is when I walked in, I noticed that nobody could see anything, and I think 6 feet is a real good distance for you can see what's going on. It just lends to transparency. In this day and age of being, we're being inundated with new technology, new rules with the absentee ballots, and where at every turn something new is happening that hasn't happened before. We just need a little clarity, and this brings clarity to the statute.
Thank you, Representative Love. Any questions for Representative Love from the committee members or members attending online?
Me, sorry.
Representative Lane.
I think Representative Love raises a good point, but it's hard to describe. What's going on is that we have it's such a tight space that we have a hard time getting all the booths in and spaces between the booths, and having the 4-foot minimum that's already required. You would have to stand outside where the so-called check-in is, and that would probably be about 10 or 15 feet. And so the 6 feet, because there isn't a place that's 6 feet away, that they would be able to sit and do that without actually being where the voting machine is on top of it, or in where the people are voting. It's just so tiny. So you would have to be in almost close to the door where people walk in, and that's probably, I'm guessing, 10 to 15 feet. So I don't know if that makes it clearer, but I just think the 6 feet, as long as it's not obstructed and you can see what's going on, I think there would be no, I'm afraid the 6 feet might be a problem for other wards like mine.
Thank you, Representative Lane, for the comment. I'm not sure that's a question, but it has caused me to ask a question because
you're right.
The fact that you said booth made me think of something, because 1 talks about counting of votes in this bill. 2 talks about observing the processing and counting. I don't think they were counting ballots in the Dairytown Council room. Are you talking about
No.
pre-processing?
Yeah, the pre-processing.
So isn't it true then that this bill would make more sense to alleviate the issues that Representative Lane is bringing if it was to be permitted to observe the pre-processing of absentee ballots? Because they were not counting the ballots. That was the pre-processing. When you're doing them on election day, you're at the polling place, and it was when Representative Lane said booth that I realized, wait a minute, we're talking about 2 different procedures.
Yeah, I think that processing is an effective, processing alone is effective in addressing the issue.
No. I think the point is, Representative Krueger-Homa-Bryant, the town council room was only being used because they were doing pre-processing. If you're at the polling place, the rules already apply as to where you stand and can view things.
Yes.
So your intent was that you had a pre-processing procedure that nobody could really see.
Yes, ma'am, I think that's accurate, and they were not counting. They were pre-processing the absentee ballots. That's an important distinction, and I thank you for bringing that up.
Okay. All right, makes more sense now, because pre-processing sort of occurred in a lot of different places this town's had, and I can see where maybe in some places they didn't do it where you could see it. I think we have a planning board counter that they might have wanted to use that might not have been available if you were seated in a seat. All right, any other questions from anybody? All right, I'm not seeing any, so thank you to Representative Krueger-Homa-Bryant to presenting another bill today. Thank you to Representative Love. I am going to close the public hearing on House Bill 406, and I'm going to open the public hearing on HB 372. HB 372 is relative to the enforcement of election laws. The prime sponsor on this is Representative Max Abramson, and he is with us today to present the bill. Welcome, Representative Abramson. I think if you unmute, you will be with us.
All right, are you able to hear me?
We are.
Let me see if I can make my video work. Might be too dark. Oh, okay, I can see myself.
There you are.
Yes, I'm still having problems with these Zoom technology things. That's what happens when you pass 40. So I'm Representative Max Abramson, representing Hampton Falls, and Seabrook, and I'm introducing House Bill 372. It currently, under our election laws, if somebody steals your campaign sign, you go to the police prosecutor, and with all the evidence, you could have. I've had other legislators say they have the video, they have witnesses, they have their game cam. You know, some neighbor plants their campaign sign in their front yard, and they catch somebody on video. You've probably seen the YouTube videos where somebody runs up and steals a Trump sign, for example. There was a big thing for a while, and they catch people on video. They go to the police prosecutor, and the police prosecutor says, "It's great. You've got all the evidence right there. I could take this right to court." But in New Hampshire, all of these election law violations, including stealing a campaign sign, goes through the Attorney General's office. So if you steal any other sign that's not an election sign, then the police prosecutor can take it. But if you have so much as a sticker that's advocating for any candidate or issue, even if it's a local town warrant, then it becomes a political sign and suddenly it goes to the Attorney General's office. So you'll call the Attorney General's office over an issue, and I've had to call the Attorney General's office once or twice. I received some really serious threats from some Antifa people who are threatening violence. You'll contact them, and they're very busy, and they're certainly too busy to handle something like campaign signs being stolen. So every time I brought this up with some of the other legislators, is certainly on the Republican side, almost every legislator I talked to had some war story during the campaign process where there were signs stolen or some other election law violations, and no one was able to prosecute the case because only the Attorney General's office can deal with it, can actually prosecute the case. And even though they may have sufficient evidence, they can't go forward with an investigation. So this bill essentially would just allow county attorneys or municipal prosecutors, usually from the police department, to go ahead and take these cases up. The other much less common case is where you have evidence of voter fraud. And what we're trying to do there is essentially allow the county attorney's office or police prosecutor to investigate. We think that a majority of the accusations or evidence of voter fraud are just erroneous. For example, I received a complaint as a legislator this election that he saw the same person come in twice at the same polling place, and he thought he was a volunteer. He thought that he saw the person cast a ballot twice. Again, the county attorney office and the municipal prosecutor might then have enough evidence to begin an investigation, but current statute doesn't even allow them to investigate or complete an investigation and submit that to the AG's office. Everything has to be handled through the AG's office. And as usual, that's they're much too busy. So where you have cases where there's evidence in New Hampshire in a particular town, and they may have police detail there, so you may have police officers as the witness, and sometimes the police prosecutor himself is there, in which case he would have to hand the case off because he's a witness who would have to testify in that case. But whether it's a misdemeanor violation or a felony, we haven't been able to go forward with these cases. And just to kind of improve the security and reliability and the faith that people have in our elections process, we want to be sure that people from out of state who might be eyeing New Hampshire as an opportunity to come in during our presidential election and either cast a fraudulent ballot, or as we've seen on video many times, people kind of drive in and steal some yard signs. We want to put a stop to that, and I think there's a need for a deterring effect. I was contacted by about a dozen other Republicans. I've got a few co-sponsors on this bill, but about a dozen Republicans said that they wanted to co-sponsor this bill. I could have filled this up if I wanted to make a hobby of that, but it certainly is a problem, at least the campaign signs being stolen. There are lots of other election laws, but those are the two issues that motivated introducing this bill. So as usual, I'll take questions, and I'm also, as usual, I'm willing to go do the legwork and introduce amendments for the committee.
Questions?
It is kind of dark, isn't it?
Questions from committee members for Representative Abramson, either in the room or attending electronically? I'm not seeing any questions.
Oh, I probably should have mentioned in the bill, if you go to, I don't have it by a line number, I just have the bill. It's, I think it's section down at the bottom where it says RSA 7, section 6-C, which is just enforcement. The last line where it says 668, section 8. RSA 7, section 34-H is county attorneys, and this would just add them into that enforcement. And then RSA 41, section 10-A just deals with the powers of municipal prosecutors. So a municipal prosecutor is not allowed to prosecute a felony case. That would have to go up to the county attorney's office.
Thank you for that clarification. That was on page 3 of the bill. I have a question from Representative Muirhead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if, and I'm sorry if you spoke to this, I'm trying to just keep up with everything. Have you spoken to county attorneys, and are they welcoming this additional responsibility, and similarly, does the Attorney General welcome including the county attorneys in this enforcement responsibility?
I haven't spoken with county attorneys directly about it. I've spoken with legislators who've said that they've spoken with their municipal prosecutors, who've then said they'd like to be able to take up these cases, especially the stolen campaign signs, because they're not able to go forward. Even if they have all the evidence, even if they have witnesses and video, they're not able to go forward. But some of the municipal prosecutors, the police prosecutors, would like to go forward with some of these cases.
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been asked and answered.
Okay. Anybody else with questions for Representative Abramson? I'm not seeing any. Are there any attendees who want to speak on this bill? I see that Kate Horgan is with us and has requested to speak. As I recall, Ms. Horgan has submitted also written testimony on behalf of her client. Welcome, Ms. Horgan.
Thank you, Chairman Griffin and members of the committee. My name is Kate Horgan. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Association of Counties, which includes all your elected and appointed officials, including the county attorneys. To just briefly follow up on the question about whether or not the county attorneys have the bandwidth to take this on, my discussions with them this week, they do not have the bandwidth to take on this right now. If you were amenable to amending the bill to removing county attorneys and just leaving the municipals, we are perfectly fine with that. And we think that is probably a more appropriate place. But I'm happy to take any questions. Since the question came up, I wanted to make sure we were on record.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Horgan? I'm going to turn it over to Representative McDonald. I'm going to have to leave the hearing this afternoon.
Any questions from Ms. Horgan? Yes, Representative Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for your testimony and for taking my question. When you say that the county attorneys that you've spoken to can't do the bandwidth, how much does the heavy reporting requirements in this bill have to do with that conclusion?
Most of the county attorneys figured that they would need to hire additional staff to just deal with the reporting requirements in the bill. As you all can see, it requires reporting about every 6 months. And so, as you might imagine, county attorneys' budgets are very tight right now. And so they don't necessarily believe they have the ability to hire additional staff to do that reporting.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Horgan? Anyone online? Yes, Representative Ward.
Thank you for taking my question, Ms. Horgan. The actual investigation part of it says that the prosecutor may, at his or her discretion, conduct the investigation. So if the reporting part of it were reduced or eliminated, would that then be acceptable to your clients?
I would have to take that back to them, Representative, but I'm happy to do so and report back to the committee.
Thank you.
Okay, I actually called on Representative Ward. You have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I was just wondering if county attorneys hold hearings and take testimony.
I'm sorry, you broke up just a little bit in there. I missed the middle part of the question.
I'm sorry. I was just wondering if county attorneys hold hearings and take testimony.
So they would take testimony as in part of a prosecution, but that would be the extent of it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? members here in the committee room or participating remotely? Representative Ward, are you all set? You still have your hand up. I'm seeing none. Okay, thank you, Ms. Horgan.
Thank you.
Anyone, I'm not seeing anyone on the list of attendees who want to testify or any questions. I'm sorry, Representative Ward, still have your hand up. Do you want to follow up, Representative Ward, or?
If you're talking to me, I can't really hear you.
Yeah, Representative Ward, your hand is still up. You have another question?
I think you have to take it down. I do not have a question.
All right. All right, Representative Muirhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wondered if I could just make a quick comment. I was just alerted by a constituent who's watching our hearings today online that a reference was made in testimony earlier today about a hypothetical fraudulent voter from Islamabad, which would invoke the notion that Muslims shouldn't be thought of, I guess, as full citizens. And that I know is a false view that everyone in this committee would certainly reject. And I just wanted to note that. Thank you kindly, sir.
Thank you. Okay, again, I don't have anyone else to testify on this legislation. And so I will be closing the public hearing on House Bill 372. That concludes every piece of legislation that had been noticed in the calendar for today, March 4th. To point out that we are scheduled to reconvene tomorrow morning, March 5th, here at 9:30 with a full schedule of legislation. So with that, no other business that I know to come before the committee, I will adjourn this committee meeting. Thank you.